bitch. Oh, excuse you? Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Kris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch.
Hey y'all, welcome to Happy Friday. It's your boy Kris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Kris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in pop culture and hot topics. So that's a show for you. Definitely stick around because we have a lot of tea to spill today as we enter the end of the week, the work weekend, all that good stuff. Including we got to talk about the Batman Part 2. We got the official cast. Matt Reeves put it out there in these good old streets. We might be finally getting a female version of the Expendables. I'll give my overall thoughts on who I want to see a part of that dream cast. Speaking of one of the members, that I want to see a part of the cast, Kate Beckinsale is replacing Milla Jovovich in George A. Romero's Twilight of the Dead. This movie is something he was trying to put out for a while. Now that he's passed away, it has been resurrected. She is the lead up in it. We'll talk about it. Plus, we got to talk about Taraji P. Henson is saying like she don't understand the point of being out here campaigning for an Oscar, like you running for office or whatever the case is. Plus, we got to talk about Madonna, Shakira, and BTS co-headlining the FIFA World Cup halftime show. This is the first time they've ever actually had one. People are upset over it and all this other stuff, and we'll talk about that. Plus, we got to talk about this story that I just added on because it was recommended by a friend to the show, Onyx. Anatomy of a Torch Pass. So they have this whole mother-daughter duo pop torch, whatever the case is. I haven't read the article, but we'll go through it as a class and we'll, give our commentary as we progress. We also got to talk about the dumbass MAGA Minaj over there talking about why she came out as part of the whole Trump situation, and with somebody that's saying about Jay-Z hurt Obama's legacy. This is a whole bunch of nothing that she was talking about. I tell you, that bitch is stupid. But anyway, we're going to talk about that. Plus, we're going to talk about Michael Jackson's nephew. There was somebody that asked him a question on why the other siblings weren't as famous as Michael. He gave a pretty direct answer in regards to that. We'll weigh in on it. Plus, there was a story also on Rob Shutter's Substack that was talking about Jenna Jackson and her overall thoughts regarding the movie and how she's not making any money off of it and all that other stuff. So we'll get into that. Plus, we're going to talk about Britney Spears and this whole thing where she was out at a restaurant wielding a knife and all this other stuff. Jeff Snyder, who, does his little Substack, speaking of which, was spilling tea and trying to get people to subscribe to his Substack because I guess he ain't getting enough people over there to check out his stories. So we'll get into that story. Plus, we got to talk about a new reality series starring some of your favorite alums from, a lot of your big mouths over there in the reality TV front, like Kim Zolciak, Tamar, and a bunch of them. We got to talk about this whole James Charles Spirit Airlines situation. The person that he dissed in that video, she has responded, and we'll get into that. We have the clip. Plus, we got to talk about Charles Barkley, talking about, when Jason Collins passed away, that there's a lot of gay players in sports, and that the reason why they haven't come out is because society's too homophobic. So we'll get into that. Plus, we got to talk about Elon Musk and his fake outrage over this new Odyssey movie from Christopher Nolan, and the fact that they have a black woman playing Helen of Troy and a trans man playing Achilles. So we'll get into that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those stories, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that we know when we go live with a brand new episode of Kris Avalon Unfiltered. We also have, I know I just went through a whole plethora of accents, so I was saying that, but look, I got to keep myself entertained as I repeat this shit every time I do this damn show. So we also have super chats, we got super stickers, we got all that good stuff that you can help out and support the show. But I know times is hard, especially in the cointada space. So if you don't have no coins to spare and you don't have any, super chat, super stickers to send over in this direction, hit that like and subscribe definitely goes a long way and helps out the show a whole lot. And I appreciate you all that come in here loyally and support this mess of a show. Now, speaking of messes, let me see who's up in the comments. Yes, I added that to the thing. That's probably one of the reasons why it took me long to get the show started. And not only that, but I had to eat something before I started the show because who knows how long this show is gonna go along, and I don't want to wait too late to eat because I got a figure to keep. I gotta be slipping these streets because summer's around the corner and I want to be out here wearing my little crop tops. We said, did you like? I did. It kind of took me back to like, you know what it reminded me of? It kind of gave me like that whole Pet Shop Boys Erasure type of vibe, like very 80s synth pop. I forget the exact genre that it was. Wait, hold on, because my friend Barry Harris, one half of Thunderpuss, he actually commented on that and gave it kind of like a name. I was like, sometimes I don't be getting all in the namation of it all, but he said, what did he say? He said, I think this is the first officially approved Madonna remix of I Feel So Free. How do you say, he's basically called it Italo Disco. Circa 1983, and I love it mostly because, as she usually does, she goes for sounds and ideas no one could expect nor predict. Plus, further proof, in my mind at least, that nowadays music styles and musical fashion is something of the past. All styles of music can now be timeless. My 2 cents, in my humble opinion. 2 thumbs up, Madonna. Once again, you're pushing expectations, ignoring boundaries, and getting everyone talking and staying on their radar. So, yeah, so there's that. Wait, hold on. Somebody sent me a message. Wait, who was found dead? I gotta, because one of my DJ friends just sent me some tea. He said, found dead. There's a serial killer on them apps or rolling the bars. Strikes about 2 to 3 years. I'm like, wait, who was found dead? Oh, they said, wait, it's not there. I don't know. Something's going on. Well, you're just gonna have to keep me informed. Hold on, let me close that. Y'all, you ramble amongst yourselves. Happy Friday to all. Drake, who cares? I mean, and I was hearing that the album is whack as hell, which sounds about right because Drake is whack. Wait, hold on. Is my damn thing plugged in? Because it don't look like my. I was like, is my charger plugged in? Because I need my phone to be charging while I'm doing this show. I don't need a dead phone while I'm using my phone as my point of reference. James Charles discussed me. I feel bad for the poor woman. I guess it was supposed to be a 5 album. First of all, he's out here trying to game the system. All of that is the like what Chris Brown is doing, y'all algorithm hustling. Because the more songs you get up there, then the more it helps. Because I just saw that Grape Juice just did a story. What did they say? They said, wait, hold on, who is this? Why does he look familiar? They talking about this guy, Juan Pablo J.P. Ramirez, and Manny Fierro posted it. And then someone, another person is missing. I don't know. Somebody, hold on. Let me share this with y'all because this is what a friend of mine is sending me. Talking about that, yeah, there's apparently a serial killer running around here in these gay apps and things. So, yeah, he posted this on I'm gonna send me this in Messenger saying that this person was missing, but now it's been official that I guess he passed away because Manny Fierro, who I actually know him as well, said, I can't believe you are gone. So much beautiful and wonderful moments. But it's from 2021. So that's probably what happened back then. And now they're talking about it's happening again. So we have a Native American guy who is missing. And they're talking about bring him home. Wait, okay, so there's that. But anyway, I'm getting distracted. Y'all are taking me away from the show that I'm trying to do. Oh, he basically saying that he used to work with him at No Parking. I haven't been to No Parking in so long. No Parking was like the spot back in the day. Anyway, let me get into the rest of these comments. I love the Peggy Goo remix very much, and RG coded, and very the closest thing Madonna got to doing a Saw record. Yeah, it's got that early 80s vibe. Also, love how Madonna paid her roots doing the tagging and posted the posters all over London. Gina Davis said in an interview with Andy Cohen that oh God, Andy Cohen irritates me. Him and Jason Lee. I just watched that Jason Lee interview that he did over there on the ELR podcast. He was trying to come from Rosenberg, but he backpedals a lot. So that's why I can't even get into Jason Lee. And then, of course, because he was like, well, if you got a problem to I'm a culture vulture, all this other stuff, you can speak to ASAP Rocky about like how I help with his music and this, that, and the other. And of course, Jason can't help himself because, she the queen of name dropping. Her ass had to get up there and go, well, we don't be sitting up there talking about you. We sit and talk about Rihanna and we talk about the kids. I'm like, why are y'all even talking about Rihanna? So it's like, you a groupie. You like the fact that you get to be in these spaces with these celebrities so that way you can say what you want to say. But I can't stand these little clout chasing ass culture vultures. And that's what he gives me. So when you try to say someone's a culture vulture when they've been doing more for the culture than you, and then need Floyd Mayweather money to get you the way you need to go. I don't know how you sit up here saying all this mess. And then, so I would just look at it and say, oh, girl, you tired. The Peggy Goo remix sounds like Depeche Mode, just can't get enough. It gives very much. I said it's kind of giving that whole, not Depeche Mode, but I was saying like, yeah, like, Erasure, Depeche Mode, all of them kind of fall within each other because they kind of came from that same house, wheelhouse. At one point, what's his name? Vincent Clark was a part of Depeche Mode. And I think Yazoo too, before he decided to do Erasure with Andy Bell. The way this album is being described is what we wanted. Dark lyrics, very much Madonna. Did any of y'all see that Lady Gaga Mayhem Requiem thing over there on Apple Music or Apple TV? I haven't watched it yet. Yeah, that's why I said it's like I don't know what the hell's going on in these streets. This makes you not want to hook up with anybody. I was watching a video yesterday how what was it, J Inclusive. I like his stuff because he be bringing awareness to like all the stuff that's going on in the community. And one of them was that these two dudes or whatever was running around meeting people on Grindr. And then they were like married men. So they were literally seeking out married men. So that way, when they meet up with the men, they rob them, pistol whip them, and make them go to the ATM to try to take money out or whatever the case is. And they pick these men because they know that they're married, they're ashamed, they're not going to come out and go to the police or whatever. And it's funny how this is happening in New York. And they're saying like the police is not doing anything. Zoran, I know you busy dealing with trying to get, billionaires to pay for their second, taxes on their second homes in New York. But we got to deal with the hate crimes and stuff that's going on out here too. Sidearm Paris Hilton, Taylor Lautner, they're all endorsing Spencer Pratt. So now that it's safe for celebs to admit they're MAGA, maybe Nicki Minaj is onto something. Well, she probably was the one that came and busted the door wide open. But I just don't understand. Oh, because he's a reality star, we're gonna jump out and vote for somebody. See, people vote with who they're familiar with or who's in their circle. I'm like, who give a fuck if this person is a great drink buddy? What you gonna do about policy? That's what I want to know. What policies are you running on? I mean, call me crazy. I could have sworn that's what politics was supposed to be about. But these days, people are, because he sounds great when he talks. Oh, he speaks so well. Oh, he says something that made me laugh. I'm going to vote for you. I'm like, but now the world's going to shit. How's that working out for you? Yeah, I'm in my comment bar, isn't it? Oh, because you talking about I didn't put the thing with y'all comments. You talking about that? Yeah, it's not up there yet. I didn't post it. I mean, I didn't put it up there. He said, far more excited for Dula Pete taking over YouTube next Thursday. People might be dragging her. Why are they dragging her? Because first of all, it's like, it's free, and if it's free, it's for me. And her tour the Future Nostalgia tour was actually pretty good. So y'all are in for a treat when y'all watch that. Meanwhile, you got, I think Kylie Minogue is releasing a Attention tour on Netflix, but I'm not sure if it's in America. I know they're doing it in overseas. I hope they're doing it in America. Rewards is you're going to get people to see your. Exactly. That's what I said. Where is the work? What are you actually doing to benefit and help the community and not just selfishly thinking about yourself? And that's where I think the whole thing fits within the Nicki Minaj voting for Trump thing. You were only thinking about yourself and how whatever was going on with that side benefits you, because quiet as it's kept, everybody who aligns themselves with Trump, they know that because he's selling all of our resources and letting other countries come in and pillage what we need so that way he can get financial compensation for selling our goods to other countries and information. The celebrities are looking at it too. Oh, just flatter him a little bit. Just say the nicest thing. He's not that bright. So that's what it was. That you trying to benefit from, you felt that you could benefit from the situation. That's the only reason why you align it. So if only people would be honest about why they choose to vote for who they vote for, I feel like I would respect you more. Instead, you want to just talk out of all sides of your mouth and say some bullshit. And don't even get me started on this mess. The testicle thing and the COVID. Oh, wait a minute. Now I got a clip from The View. Y'all gonna gag over that because Sonny went in on her ass. I can't wait to play that video for you. When we get to that Nicki comment. But anyway, speaking of comments or whatever, let's just get into the show. So let me hit my banter. And yes, let's get into topic number 1. And let's talk about the Batman Part 2. So apparently the Batman Part 2 is currently underway. I'm happy we finally got cameras rolling. We got the full cast. There were rumors that Scarlett Johansson was going to be in it. I mean, we talked about this a while ago. Then I saw some pictures online of Sebastian Stan training for the role. So I'm like, why do you need to be training if you're just playing Harvey Dent? So clearly he's going to be Two-Face at one point. Because why you got to be in tip-top shape? If you're just doing Harvey Dent, all you got to be is a slim dude in a suit. You don't need to be all buffed up like you playing the Winter Soldier again. You don't need to be in that kind of shape. So he's so that's currently happening right now. The rumor I heard about the reason why Scarlett Johansson wasn't officially named or whatever is because they were still ironing out her contract. I guess she's finally done filming The Exorcist in New York, and now she's over in the UK filming The Batman Part 2. So now we have the official cast, which is shaping to be. Oh yeah, and Charles Dance has officially been announced because the rumor was he's going to be playing Christopher Dent, which would be Harvey's father. So I guess now that we hearing Charles Dance, who I absolutely love anything he's in, he just has this Shakespearean gravitas whenever he talks. So I've always loved him since he played. He was one of the Papa Lannister in Game of Thrones, Tyrion and them father. And I love he was the only one that came for Joffrey crazy ass because everybody else was scared of that little boy. Charles Dance's character ain't had no time for his ass. What was his name? Tyrell? Anyway, it's been so long since I've seen Game of Thrones. Speaking of which, I was thinking about even doing a whole Game of Thrones rewatch because it's been so long since I've seen the show that I feel like I want to revisit it since enough time has passed. And House of the Drag Queen, y'all be getting on my nerves over there with y'all storylines. If y'all don't start killing off that other side of him, that redheaded bitch and all her damn kids, if y'all don't start killing them off, I'm going to be tight in this new season. But anyway, I'm getting off topic. So, I like, him. I like Charles Dance. Even when he was David, father in that last Underworld movie, which was not that good, but he was good in it. So anyway, let's get into the tea. So now, they said the Batman Part 2, director Matt Reeves, has been rolling out posts on Twitter introducing a number of additions confirmed to be joining Robert Pattinson in the cast for the upcoming sequel. Among the now confirmed new faces, Reeves announced that Scarlett Johansson has joined the film, posting a photo of her in the 2013 film Under the Skin and writing, "Next exit, Gotham, welcome." Sebastian Stan will also be on board, with Reeves writing in A Gotham State of Mind, welcome for the Thunderbolt star. Game of Thrones actor Charles Dance has been cast in the superhero pick, along with Bryan Tyree Henry, who I actually like him too. He's a good actor. Then he was also in the Eternals. Didn't he play a homosexual superhero? So we have that. Then we got Sebastian Koch. I don't know who that is, but we got two Sebastians. They said the German actor who appeared in Homeland and A Good Day to Die Hard. Now that is funny because last time I was watching A Good Day to Die Hard and I literally fell asleep on it. I guess I was tired, but I just threw it on. But Yeah, so then they also said Johansson's involvement was first announced in December. Stan was first reported to be in talks in January and is set to play Harvey Dent. Dance is believed to be playing Charles Dent. You mean Christopher Dent? Harvey's father. Also joining the cast are Jamie Lawson as Mayor Bella Real. Oh, wait, didn't we have a female? Oh yeah, we did have a woman mayor, the black lady that was in the first one. I forgot all about her. As Mayor Bella Real, and Gil Perez Abraham as Officer Martinez. Yeah, he was in the last one too. I actually liked him. He was getting on my nerves because he kept going back and forth with Bruce, or the Batman, I should say. Now, Reeves previously shared a teaser of the Batmobile with the Captain's snow tires, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And they were giving us like a little behind the scenes footage of them in the car. The car, and they see snow when it's winter time. Automatically, people jump to, oh, Mr. Freeze is going to be in it. So Gotham doesn't get snow without Mr. Freeze being involved? It just make sense. Y'all just be reaching so damn hard. And you have to think about it. In this world of the Batman, they don't do the whole supernatural aspect or gods with powers. You're not going to get that. You're not going to get Superman and Wonder Woman and all this stuff in the Matt Reeves Bat universe. You'll get that in the James Gunn DCU, but you're not going to get that in the Matt Reeves. Matt Reeves grounds his Batman stuff in reality. So that's what he's focusing on with that. So you're not going to get a Mr. Damn Freeze unless they can find what he going to walk around with one of those backpacks and start freezing shit, and then they'll give like some cryogenic type of explanation for it. So who knows? But I don't think that it's going to be Mr. Freeze. What I do think is that because they did say that with previous reports, they said that the movie's plot involves District Attorney Harvey Dent, Commissioner James Gordon, and Batman forming an uneasy alliance to bring down a serial killer and the city's entrenched mafia power. Because they were saying that Scarlett Johansson's character, because she's Gilda Dent, that she might be playing a serial killer in the movie. Who knows if they're going to take all that source material from what her character ends up being in the comics. But a lot of people also think that the Court of Owls is going to be involved in some sort of way. And for me, I'm actually, y'all know I've been clamoring for Court of Owls for the longest. I would love this, and it would make sense if they have like a Court of Owls type situation where the oligarchs and the elites, all these other people, are the ones that's truly pulling the strings in Gotham and kind of mimicking real life. Or like the Illuminati, as some people will call it. So I'm actually hoping that will be the angle, but we won't know until the movie's officially done. But it's good to speculate until that time comes. Now, they also said a new take on the Cape Crusader is set to make his DCU debut in The Brave and the Bold. But who knows when we'll actually get The Brave and the Bold on our big screens. So we only got to wait about a year and some change from now, because October 1st, 2027 is when the Batman comes out. So shout out to, the cast who's been named so far. I'm looking forward to seeing the movie when it comes, and I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding the Batman Part 2? Are you excited that the cast has been officially announced? Are you excited for this movie? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. So the rumors were true. Why deny it? I still want to know why it took so long to write. That's why I said it's so annoying when they're not. James Gunn does that shit too. And then he'll try to act like, oh no, I didn't do that. I'm like, why don't you, if the tea gets out there, like, why deny it? I just don't understand why even go there. It's just a waste of time. But yeah, I definitely want to know why it took so long, because it's like, I hope y'all got some kind of outline for part 3, if there is going to be a part 3. But yeah, it shouldn't have taken this long for this sequel to come out. All right, y'all. So now let's move on to our next movie topic. And let's talk about the Expendables. Now, I will have to say this. The Expendables, I've always liked the idea of like bringing some of my favorite movie action stars from like the 80s and 90s in one movie together. And I felt like with the first 2 Expendable movies, Sylvester Stallone was able to accomplish that when he brought in Dolph Lundgren, when he brought in I never looked at Terry Crews as an action star, but they brought him in there. Randy Couture was another one. Even though he's been doing a lot of action movies post the Expendables, it was good. It was cool to see him up in the films as well. Dolph Lundgren, Jean-Claude Van Damme, Arnold Schwarzenegger, the late Chuck Norris, so on and so forth. But also, I think even back since 2012, there was always talk of them doing a female version, which I was actually here for because, when it comes to me, I love action movies. Particularly, I love watching female-driven action films. And we've been getting a couple of those over the years. So there has always been talk about it for a long time. Like I said, since 2012. Now, that whole story went cold. I forgot about it, out of sight, out of mind. Now there's word going around that they're revisiting this idea, which currently is being called the Expendabelles, and of course Belles, female. So yeah, that's where they've kind of been going with that. I think they mentioned this at Cannes, if I'm not mistaken, because whenever you all start hearing, oh, they gave this movie an 8-minute standing ovation, a 7-minute standing ovation, a 10-minute. I'm like, okay. I feel like y'all just be phoning all that in. Like, let's see how long we can sit up here and just do this over a movie. Even if the movie sucks, I think y'all just be standing up there just doing this shit. So they're revisiting the idea again, and if you have a good way of coming up with a great script or whatever the case is, I'll say I'm here for it. So a while back, there were rumblings about a female-fronted spinoff of Sylvester Stallone's The Expendables franchise entitled The Expendabelles. The decade-old concept eventually died on the vine with little more than a loose plot about female operatives who had to pose as call girls to rescue a nucleus. Okay, that sounds like a horrible idea. I gotta pose as prostitutes to rescue a nuclear scientist from being held hostage. I don't want to sound like a contemporary, or as some of y'all like to say, woke, but why always got to be resorting to, okay, I have to be a whore in order to slither into some shit? Let them do some covert stuff. You don't always have it doesn't always have to resort to being a prostitute or something sexual in order for people to not, pay women any mind while they're off doing their little infiltrative stuff. So, okay, so it was Cannes Film Festival. I forgot it always is around in May. It says it's still popping off in France, and as news continues to leak from the annual fest, we're hearing that the Expendables is back on the table. So wait, hold on, I gotta check something because I'm like, is my audio on? No, it's not. It's not actually using, so I had to check that. Okay, we're good. Now this says. Back in 2014, Legally Blonde Helmer Robert Luketic, I think is how you say his name, Luketic, was said to direct a version penned by the film scribes Kristen Smith and Karen McCullough for Millennium Films that was to center on female operatives who had to pose as. Okay, now y'all had women writing this shit. I'm like, that makes it even worse. That version never came to fruition, and nearly a decade later, Millennium's Jeffrey Greenstein told The Hollywood Reporter that one of the challenges with getting that project off the ground was trying to find a way to justify why we'd have a woman team. They said the first Expendables starred Stallone alongside the likes of Jason Statham, Jet Li, Dolph Lundgren, Randy Couture, Steve Austin, Terry Crews, Mickey Rourke, and more. Bruce Willis, Liam Hemsworth, Jean-Claude Van Damme, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Harrison Ford, Wesley Snipes, Mel Gibson, Glenn Powell, Antonio Banderas, Victor Ortiz, and others turned up in later installments, which is why they mentioned 3 and 4, because 3 and 4 sucked. Now, but Eclectic and HVG think they found a way forward with the project, part of a new feature slate of globally commercial films they are developing together, which was unveiled Friday at the Cannes Film Festival, where producers are in talks with distribution partners, financiers, and creative talent. Per the news, Expendabelles will serve as an origin story set in the late 90s, during the height of Y2K tension and geopolitical uncertainty. The newly reimagined project, originally conceived more than a decade ago, alongside Millennium by Heidi Jo Marco, Patrick Muldoon, and Julie Kroll, plans to introduce a new generation of elite female operatives in a stylized, action-driven cinematic event designed to expand the mythology of the franchise while standing firmly on its own. The filmmakers tell THR that adding that it is moving forward with the support of Lionsgate after all the studio acquired the rights to the Expendables franchise late last year. Expendabelles, we produced by, okay, well, I don't think we care about who's going to be produced by, but it says, because we don't know these people. Now it said, we are thrilled to finally bring Expendables to life alongside their incredible partners at Hollywood Ventures Group, who share their passion for reimagining the property on a much larger cinematic scale. There has always been a strong global appetite for female driven action franchises, and we believe the time is now to introduce a bold new generation of elite operatives into this universe. What excites us most is the opportunity to elevate the material by pairing it with top tier creative talent and delivering a fresh, styled, adrenaline fueled experience for worldwide audiences. Well, look, if they can find a way to make a female driven Expendables version come out, I'm here for it. I don't think that we need to resort to them having to be prostitutes in order to have something to do. But if y'all can, and maybe the reason why it was like, but we couldn't figure out how a way to make women work in this whole situation. Maybe it's just the fact that put it in that a lot of times women aren't taken seriously in these government operative roles. You always want to put men before the women. So we had to go and create our own little elite squad of female operatives in order to get things done, to do the things that these other groups and elite people didn't want to do. So you can just do something like that. I mean, and then play in the whole thing of matriarchy versus the patriarchy. I know some people gonna get mad over that, like, well, fit strong female, da, 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 da. But I'm like, there are women out here that'll do more than you men will do. So play into that whole thing. I know people don't want to touch it because they feel like, oh, you're being woke and you're trying to do this, you're trying to do that. And it's like, well, if y'all wasn't running out here acting like women was beneath you, we wouldn't have to go and use this as an anchor or an angle. So, in regards to that, I did pick my. Oh, they were talking about the 355. First of all, I like the idea of that film, but that movie was not good at all. Um, Now, I'd say this is a long overdue idea, and I'm glad that they're actually revisiting this. And like I said before, I love the first two Expendable movies. I didn't particularly care for three and four, but a female-driven action franchise is, I feel like, something that is long overdue and needs to happen because, I mean, I like a lot of female-driven stuff. Anything Charlize Theron is the lead in and she doing action, I'm gonna be there to watch it. If Zoe Saldana comes out and does something and she's at the forefront doing action stuff, I'm watching. You know, I watch anything with Milla Jovovich. I watch anything with Kate Beckinsale, even if it's not good. I'll be in there watching it because it's giving me that whole vibe of, oh yeah, Resident Evil, all the other stuff, Kate Beckinsale with Celine and Underworld and her doing all these other action things. And just seeing that whole play out, um, well, that whole play out. I ain't say whole. But seeing that whole thing play out, I think it will be it'd be great. But I did put a list together of women I would like to see in this whole thing in some capacity. I don't know, do it what you will, but I do feel like if you're gonna do somebody that's gonna be like the Barney role, and Barney was the Sylvester Stallone, I'm saying you either put Sigourney Weaver in that part. I want to see her as the lead. She can do that whole thing because she's still out here doing action movies in some capacity. She was just in this movie called Dust Bunny, which I actually which I liked. So yeah, I have Sigourney Weaver, and then if you want to have somebody do like the Jason Statham role, I'm not saying you have to cast it exactly like that, the whole situation. But if you have your lead and your co-lead, I would say Sigourney Weaver and even Angelina Jolie, because I do like watching Angelina Jolie in action movies. I kind of wish she would come back and do more of them, but she ain't really been out here acting. She's just been out here trying to make Brad Pitt's life a living damn hell. So we got Sigourney Weaver, Angelina Jolie, Zoe Saldana, Helen Mirren, Michelle Rodriguez, Charlize Theron, Pam Grier. Well, Pam looks swollen out here in these streets. I just seen a recent photo of her. Uma Thurman, Mila Jovovich, Kate Beckinsale, Linda Hamilton, Michelle Yeoh, Lucy Liu, Denai Guerrera, Lucy Lawless, Ana de Armas, Zhang Ziyi, Angela Bassett. Yes, I remember seeing Angela Bassett when she was in Strange Days. I loved her in that role. I want to see her do more action. Katie Sackhoff and Tilda Swinton could play the lead villain. So those are my choices so far. I know some people probably bring up some old school action stars like Cynthia Rothrock or somebody like that. That might be interesting if you all were to bring her up in the situation. But yeah, so um good luck to you on this film. I know some people were like, for why? Why do we need a female expendables type situation? And maybe that movies in America they don't do well, but on a global scale, there is an appetite for this. And America is not always the end all be all litmus test to everything that's popping out in these streets. Because quiet as it's kept, it's like we almost losing our identity in regards of having our finger on the pulse of what's going on in pop culture. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Are you here for a female version of the Expendabelles or Expendables called the Expendabelles? I don't know if they'll actually go with that name or they'll change it, but since they own the rights, Lionsgate does, they can call it whatever the hell they want. And who would you like to see as part? Because they're talking about new people. I'm like, who out here is new that could play up the whole action thing? Like, I mean, unless you was redoing Charlie's Angels, then y'all could do that. But who would you like to see in this whole role as like old school, next old generation, new generation, everybody in between? So let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Not a fucking call girl. You said Angela should be in there. Uma too. Keep Helen old self out. Look, she was in. First of all, Helen Mirren was in Red and Red too. I definitely like seeing her old ass with a gun, and she was in the Fast and the Furious movie. She played what was it, Deckard and Owen Shaw's mother. So she got. I'm not saying she got to be out here literally in training like she with the John Wick, people having to do judo moves on people, but give her a gun and start shooting things. That'll be cute. All right, y'all. So now speaking of Kate Beckinsale, let's talk about her. So Celine, well, the artist formerly known as Celine, Kate Beckinsale, is about to now go from fighting werewolves and vampires to fighting zombies because there was a movie called Twilight of the Dead that was supposed to come out a while ago. George Romero, I think, was working on that, and I think it was supposed to be a direct sequel to Land of the Dead. And that movie never happened, so now it's been revived. Originally, it was supposed to star Milla Jovovich, but I guess things happen, and now she is no longer a part of the situation. So, for those who might have forgotten, George Romero passed in 2017 and he had lung cancer, but he was working on a script what was supposed to be the conclusion of a saga that began all the way back in 1968 with low budget classic Night of the Living Dead. Now, back in 2021, there was word that the movie was going to happen with Brad Anderson, who directed films like The Machinist and Session 9, and Milla Jovovich was supposed to star in it. Now, Deadline is reporting that the project has been given a major overhaul, with Underworld star Kate Beckinsale stepping in to play the lead, and the Paz brothers, Doran and Yoav Paz, the Gollum Plan A, these are the movies they did, and they're coming in as the co-directors. So now they said the story is set on a decimated Earth where the last vestiges of humanity are trapped between warring factions and an evolving undead threat. Why does it sound like something she's done already? Oh, wait. Underworld. It's like they're warring factions. So you got the werewolves and the vampires, like very much Romeo and Juliet. So you got that whole thing. Remember, it was the vampires against the werewolves, that whole or the Lycans, and they were doing that. And then she had fallen in love with a guy who was half vampire, half Lycan, and a hybrid and all the other stuff. The one I always like the Underworld movies, but I feel like they got a little over ambitious. Y'all started getting a little too complicated with y'all lore and adding too much in and not really dealing with the stuff that you already laid forth. And I think that's what hurt the franchise. And the only thing it was like Kate Beckinsale seemed like she was the only one that was really game for everything, but the scripts and everything really didn't serve those films. And I think that's why that franchise kind of is you know, a nothing burger at this point. So um, they basically said, "We are thrilled to have Kate Beckinsale starring in Twilight of the Dead. Her extraordinary talent, emotional range, and commanding screen presence makes her the perfect actress to lead a final chapter worthy of Jordan's legacy." This is according to Roundtable's John Baldecchi. And I think they even mentioned the person who's supposed to be working on the stunts and stuff. So they said, stepping into Romero's world is fine, ultimate privilege for any genre filmmaker. The Paz brothers said in a joint statement, "This is more than a continuation, it's a responsibility. We are committed to honoring his voice while delivering a visceral, terrifying, impactful experience for today's audience. George Romero is one of the most successful, influential creatives in the horror and genre space." Well, he did kind of give us like this whole idea of like zombies eating brains and all of the stuff. So he pretty much created that whole idea. And so he's like the godfather of the undead, as we like to say. So um I'm looking forward to this. I liked his daughter's movie. What was it called? Dance. I mean, no, it wasn't Dance of the Dead. It was Queens of the Dead, where y'all had a bunch of club people, drag queens, and gay patrons, and all that other stuff. They were trapped at a gay bar in Brooklyn, and we're trying to survive the zombie apocalypse. That's a cute film. I think it might still be on Shutter if you have that. But it was a fun little low budget zombie movie. And I love zombie movies. As long as they got a really interesting idea to come across with this whole situation, I'm here for it. But they also said, though Romero helmed 2007's Diary of the Dead and 2009 Survival of the Dead, he never considered them to be part of the same overarching story that began with Night. So Twilight is set to pick up after the events of 2005's Land of the Dead. So um, I'm curious to see what this movie's going to be. Anything like I said before that that Kate is in, I'll definitely check it out because, this is my wheelhouse. I like the zombies and all other stuff. But as long as I got a cool idea, I'm here for it. So we'll see how this all turns out once the film is done. Because that's another story. It's like y'all took this man's story and made something of it, but if it's not well executed, then y'all done fucked up the thing. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding Kate Beckinsale starring in a new zombie film? Now that she's no longer, a vampire hunter killing werewolves. So she moved on to the next genre of horror. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. She was shooting, well, maybe she can make a. I'm starting to think so, that they're interchangeable. So, like, if Milla don't pop up in something, let's go for Kate Beckinsale. And I think it's because could we go as far as say like the 2000s or the 20? When did Resident Evil come out? Was it like 2000 or something? I think in like the 2000 and 2010s, Kate Beckinsale and I think it was like the late 2000s. That Kate Beckinsale and Milla Jovovich were kind of like in the same wheelhouse, kind of competing for the same parts in a way, in regards of like genre, action, horror, hybrid genre. So you might be onto something where you're saying that they are interchangeable. Resident Evil became a mess. Even had a yeah, that was part three. I actually like the whole Mad Max aesthetic of part three. But yeah, y'all wasted Ashanti. And y'all got all that fake blood in her weave and that ponytail. Anyway. All right, so now let's get into this story. Let's talk about Taraji P. Henson. So Taraji, is currently on Broadway, is basically coming for the Oscar people and saying she don't understand what's the point of campaigning for an Oscar because she had preconceived notions of what it was to like get an Oscar if you're a performer, but then her eyes was open and now she ain't holding back. So the Empire actress, who was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress in 2009 for her work in The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, shared her unfiltered thoughts on Oscar campaigning in a new interview with Vulture, saying, "I've only been nominated once, but I remember feeling like I was on a political campaign. In a bad way, because you saw the movie. What am I convincing you to do? Why am I doing this? I already did press for the movie. We released it, and then you don't win." The Hidden Figures actress noted that receiving a nomination without a win isn't particularly gratifying. "It's not fun. I've been nominated. Fuck you."
who gets in the race and wants to lose. Make it make sense. That's toying with my emotions. She said, am I being sensitive? I'm an artist. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm sensitive. She's also a Virgo. And I said, that's a Virgo shit right there. Hold on. Because only us would be like, fuck it. I'm gonna just say whatever everybody else is thinking. So when everybody be up there, oh, it's an honor to be nominated. I'm like, no, the fuck it's not. You want to win. Why do you think that Timothy Chalamet be going so goddamn hard trying to win a damn Oscar, and y'all still be paying his ass dust? So I do agree with that. And then I noticed, hearing her say this, it kind of sounds familiar. It sounds like something Monique said back when she was doing the Precious thing. She was like, I already did my due diligence in promoting this movie and all this other stuff, and now y'all want me to take money out of my pocket where y'all not even paying for my flights and all this other stuff, and I got to run around and campaign for a movie, and then I'm doing all this with no guarantee that I'm gonna win. What's the point? Like, I'm not running for president. I'm not trying to get y'all to kiss my ass to like me. I did my big one in this movie. I gave y'all the performance of a lifetime, at least in my head I did. And I showed up on time. I knew my lines. I stood on my mark. I delivered what I needed to deliver. I poured my blood, sweat, and tears into that role, and now I'm done. I don't have time to be running around here trying to do all this bullshit that y'all want me to do just so that way I can possibly win an award. It's a waste of my time and all this other stuff. But these people behind the scenes, it just seems like to me they don't care because they're not the ones having to run around being a goddamn show pony. So what's the point of me running around doing all this? So I'm with her on this. Like, I don't understand the point of it. So now they said she lost her role. I mean, she lost the Oscar to Penelope Cruz for Vicky Cristina Barcelona. And I love Penelope, but where is she today? The last time she did something, I think she was in that Penis and Vagina movie, the one with Amelia Perez, right? She was in that mess over there on Netflix. I haven't really seen Penelope in anything. I mean, if I'm mistaken, let me know in the comments. I mean, I know she married to Javier Bardem, but that's what she lost to. Now, after Vulture asked the baby boy star if she thinks campaigning matters when it comes to shaping the outcome of the Oscars, she said, I don't even know. I don't understand it anymore. I thought I did, but I don't. She also said that she previously thought awards were ultimately given to people who excelled in their film or to those who were long overdue to receive recognition from the Academy. Me too. That's what I thought that the whole Oscar was about. But once you start peeling back the onion, and I started noticing all this shit that she's been saying for a long time. Especially, I think I started really paying attention to it back when Monique was complaining about having to miss time out of her kids' lives, excuse me, and all the things that she was going on and doing just so she could run around the world and and promote Precious. I mean, she ended up winning an Oscar eventually, but still playing one of the world's worst black mothers. So good on her Oscar win for playing white media's idea of a black stereotype. Where you wasn't gonna see Taraji playing that because in Benjamin Button she wasn't a stereotype, and also in that other movie that she did, Hidden Figures, she wasn't a stereotype in that either. She should have been nominated for that. Was she even nominated? I don't remember. So she said, my previous understanding was that if you're good, you win. Sometimes you would hear, oh, this person is owed. They dropped the ball for so many years and they have to give it to this person. That's what we said about Angela Bassett and people like Samuel L. Jackson and so many others, but that no, we'll give them an honorary Oscar. That's what I say about your honorary Oscar. Shove that up your ass. Why am I getting an honorary Oscar? I should be given the Oscar based on the role that I did. And if this makes me sound like a bitch or a crybaby or somebody who complain, oh well, sit and spin on that too. But I definitely feel like, yeah, it doesn't like there's people out there that we said clearly deserve an Oscar, and we looking at you like, really, Queen? This is who you giving this award to? So she said, my first time at the Oscars was when I was nominated. I sat next to Bryan and Angelina Jolie, and during the commercial breaks, we were at the bar doing shots. Same with the Golden Globes. We were passing drinks underneath the table. Just put it this way, anywhere I go, I'm going to have fun. Now, although Benjamin Button director David Fincher is notorious for filming a massive amount of takes for every scene, Henson said that she was unfazed by his precision. She said, that didn't bother me because I'm a Virgo, so I'm kind of like that. She said, see, now I told her, I said, that's some Virgo behavior, even though I knew she was a Virgo. She's like mid-September, I think. Um, I had a great time with it. I love that character. So it's like, yeah, we don't mind having to do something over and over and over until we get it perfect.
So you asked me to say the same line 25 times. I'm like, okay, let's get it done. I'm not gonna get annoyed. I mean, I get annoyed if you irritate me, but if it's to try to make the work and stuff better, then I'm not gonna be mad. So I totally get where she's coming from with this. If people feel like it's sour grapes and her bitching and moaning and complaining, oh well, that just be me then. What you gonna do? So shout out to my Virgo sister Taraji, who is currently on Broadway. And who knows? Maybe with her saying all of this and everything, who knows? She might get a Tony. All right, wait. I don't even think she was nominated for a Tony. So yeah, there's always better luck next time, but that's it. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Taraji said? Does she have a point in regards to the whole thing saying that campaigning for an Oscar is relatively pointless? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Oh yeah, she back with his ass. And he running around here still doing MAGA performances. I'm like, you a whole ass clown. And then people saying like, well, how does Ashanti feel about it? Because that's her husband. She don't be talking to him about that. I mean, I guess she gave her opinion in that reality show that got a second season for some godforsaken reason. I didn't even know y'all was watching it. All right, y'all. So now let's move on to our next topic. And let's talk about the FIFA World Cup final halftime show, which includes Fanta, Shakira, and BTS. And we got some people out here that are upset over the fact that we have a halftime for soccer. And I'm like, so what y'all mad? Why you mad though? Why you mad though? It's like if they want to have something for soccer, let them have it. If you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. Because I did see some people in the comments that was bitching and moaning. Oh well, get over it. I just feel like we in a whole generation now where people just want to bitch for the sake of bitching. But they said the Sunday, July 19th match at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey, which I'm already hearing like people was complaining because trying to get tickets to even get out there. Like I think the Long Island Railroad is charging like $100 or whatever the case is to get over there. There's nowhere to park. So they're making it really difficult for people to get out to the MetLife Stadium, which I just think is ridiculous that they're doing that, but whatever. Excuse me. But they're talking about this is the first time that the FIFA World Cup has ever featured a halftime show. Is it because this is the first time the FIFA World Cup has ever been in the US? So they're like, you know what? Even though that soccer or football, FUTBOL, is such an international sport and is more or less popular overseas, we gotta Americanize it somehow. So let's throw in a halftime. Which is gonna be interesting because how y'all gonna make this work? Number one, you got 9 members of them damn BTS that's gonna be up there. I know it's not 9 members, but it damn near sure feels like it. Then you got Shakira, and then you got Madonna. I heard that the halftime is 12 minutes. What are y'all gonna sing one song and get off the stage? Like, how we gonna make this work? It'll be interesting to see how it works. I will be watching the halftime. I can care less about soccer, even though I do work soccer events when I'm at Citi Field. But um, I'll be watching the halftime show when it comes out. So they said the news was announced on a social media video starring Chris Martin from Coldplay, alongside Elmo and Cookie Monster from Sesame Street, as well as Kermit, Miss Piggy, and more from the Muppets. The unlikely crew even calls a BTS on FaceTime in the video. Oh, they said it's going to clock in at 11 minutes, so let's shave a minute off. It's 11 minutes. So what they Madonna will get up there and sing Vogue, and then you got BTS singing whatever song they say. I can name not one damn BTS track, and then Shakira whenever, wherever, and then it's done. They're gonna be up there trading songs for 11 minutes. She gonna get up there and sing Into the Groove, and then Shakira gonna sing Ojo Sasi, and then BTS gonna sing another one of their songs, or she gonna do Waka Waka or Hips Don't Lie. I mean, I guess you could stick. They could each get a 4 minute set, a 4 minute mega mix, 3.5 minute mega mix. Anyway, so Shakira's name had already been linked to the this year's World Cup, hosted in North America, where tournament games across the United States, Canada, and Mexico, with the announcement of Die Die, her official 2026 World Cup song with Burna Boy. Well, of course, you're going to do that song. It will be Shaki's second official FIFA World Cup song, following, as I said, Waka Waka. That's why I said she might do that song too. recorded for the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. Now, the Colombian superstar kicks off her La Mujeres Ya No Lloran World Tour 2026 dates in June. How long is she still promoting this album? With July 14th and July 20th in New Jersey and New York, respectively, surrounding the World Cup final at MetLife. Madonna is also gearing up for a busy July with the Queen of Pop's Confessions 2 album, the sequel to her her 2005 classic Confessions on the Dance Floor, coming out on July 3rd. She also released the singles Bring Your Love with Sabrina Carpenter and I Feel So Free, which, is the Buzz single. She also has the Peggy Goo remix that just came out yesterday or midnight today. That's burning up the dance charts and the club heads are feeling it. Me being one of them, I do like the new remix. And also, BTS, after serving in the Korean Army, they're back. Um, with their sixth studio album called Arirang, or however the hell you say it, Areola. So yeah, March 20th, that sixth album came out. And oh yeah, they were in the military, so the album debuted atop the Billboard 200 and stayed there for 3 weeks. Their first multi-week #1 on the chart. Last month, they kicked off their world tour in Goyang, South Korea, before bringing the track to the U.S. on April 25th. They have international dates scheduled through next March. The 2026 FIFA World Cup final halftime show is being curated by Global Citizen along with Coldplay's Martin, with plans to raise money for the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund, which is working to raise $100 million to expand across the education and football for children worldwide. The fund has already raised more than $30 million, with $1 from each ticket sold to World Cup matches being donated throughout the tournament. The advocacy organization and Martin similarly teamed up for last year's World Cup final halftime show, which was headlined by Doja Cat, who said after this tour she's taking 3 years off. That was some news that I saw yesterday. J Balvin, my other husband, and Tim's. Here's the thing. I love this because a lot of people out here are bitching over the fact that, well, we don't need a halftime. We ain't never had a halftime with FIFA. They're doing it for fucking charity, which is, I could say, more or less, they're doing more than what you're doing. But you're mad over them trying to raise money to, what was it, to expand access to education and football for kids. So this is helping kids around the world. But I guess you don't care. Fuck them kids, right? Well, no, fuck you. How about that? So anybody who's going to do something for charity, and yes, they're not even making a dime off of the whole situation. Madonna, BTS, and Shakira are not being paid. I mean, they make enough money, but I don't know about BTS because they got to split that 100 damn ways amongst all the members of the group, and they probably, because they don't write their own songs, they probably most likely ain't singing live. They got to pay all these other people behind the scenes, and then they got to split all of the royalties between each and every one of them. So they doing them K-pop stars like slave labor. Although I will say this, Anderson .Paak said the only people that be out here paying for features are Korean artists. They said they're the only ones that got money. All these other rappers and stuff, they be trading favors. They don't even be giving people any coins to do, when they do the collabs and stuff. So they said Koreans, they the ones with the rolling in the dough. So they said while this marks as the first time the World Cup final has had a halftime show, two of the July performers have previously headlined. Well, yeah, we know. Shakira did the Super Bowl with Jennifer Lopez in 2020, and Madonna headline by herself. Well, she did bring out LMFAO. Where are they now? And who else did she bring out? Was it just LMFAO? Oh yeah, we forgot them crazy bitches, MIA and trashy garbage. So she brought them psychopaths out who minds went bad after they pushed children out of they cootie cats. So, well, yeah, because Nicki was a problematic before that. She stood in her lane, did her little line, and minded her business. MIA was the one that fucked up the thing because she decided, I'm gonna just go on this national television situation where the FCC watch every little thing you do and give them the finger. Can I do that? Because, bitch, you can't do that. This ain't your country, number one. Maybe do that on Sri Lankan TV and watch them cut your goddamn finger off and see how that work out. Because you can't do that here. So, Yeah, good luck to y'all. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the World Cup halftime show? Are you looking forward to it now that we have some tea on what, I mean, even if you didn't know they were doing it for some type of charity, are you here for the whole situation? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Hold on while I pull up the next topic. I was like, damn, did I go down for? Oh, no, I didn't. I got it. I got it. I got it. All right, let's see what the people are saying. Oh, wait, let me open up this other window because that looks like a lot of topics is coming in. They never had yeah, that's it. They never had a halftime. I don't think the soccer does like I don't want no damn soccer. She got a new song. She got to promote it. It's, I usually watch the World Cup games when Mexico was playing, but that's it. Maybe the finale. Mhm. Burn a boy. I ain't listened to a song by Shakira since She Wolf. I think she had some other songs. Yeah, I don't really be listening to Shakira like that. Like I listened to her new album, I think one time, and it was out of sight, out of my other things came along. Doja Cat taking 3 years. Not girl, some folks gonna forget you. I didn't hear about Doja Cat taking 3 years off until you just mentioned it. Didn't Katy Perry take 3 years off? Not 10 years ago. Yeah, there was an article, there was a story that came out and she said she's taking a 3 year hiatus. I bet she wraps up this tour. I mean, might as well because quiet as it's kept, it's like your cachet has been diminishing with every record that you've been putting out. People wasn't feeling Scarlett. People wasn't feeling this new record. Because I understand you were trying to do the whole 80s thing, but I don't know. It just didn't resonate. All right, y'all. So now let's get into this topic. Let's talk about pop mother daughter duos. So apparently, everything that has a beginning has an end. There's always been this thing in the industry where you have like the icons that come out, like the Janets, the Madonnas, the Beyoncés, the Britneys, the Whitneys, and so on and so forth. And then they always say that there is a girl who comes out maybe a generation or two later that is birthed from those pop stars that I mentioned. And Madonna has many daughters. Janet has many daughters. Beyonce has many daughters. Rihanna could use some daughters. But that's the whole thing. And shout out to friend to the show Onyx for suggesting this topic. I will admit I did not read the article, so I have no idea what it is saying. So as a class, I thought we could go through it together and give our commentary as we go through the thing. I just want to make sure that it was popping up. Hold on, let's get this picture up. Johnson looking all thickalicious. Thickalicious that thickalicious that thickalicious that. Okay, let me start trying to put fergalicious on this. Anyway, let's get into the article. So it said, I tuned into Sabrina Carpenter's Weekend 2 Coachella set from bed. Oh, you and me both. In the half distracted way you watch Weekend 2 live streams. I wasn't expecting much different from the last weekend, but about halfway through, before my mind could catch up with my body, I shot up with a start of hearing the first glimmers of Madonna's Vogue. I let out one of those shocked yell laughs to myself in my room. I can't believe she got her, I said to the void. Madonna and Sabrina is a duo that, aside from their literal appearances and Sabrina's archival pulls, I hadn't fully imagined in practice sonically. But it clicked seeing the two of them together, especially on Carpenter's old Hollywood themed set, Louboutin Mary Jane's, a remnant of Madonna's 1990 Blonde Ambition tour. It felt like Madonna was tapping Carpenter as an incarnation of her 2020s counterpart. And I have to say this, I definitely agree with this whole assessment because I'm going to watch the Sabrina thing the same way this writer watched it. I just had it on in the background. And I was doing my work. Like I was working on topics, this, that, and the other, because I work on topics 24/7. It's like even when I'm done with this show, once I put in the timestamps and edit and all that other stuff, then I move on. Okay, what articles is running around here? What celebrity hot topics will be interesting to put on for the next show? So the routine never ends with me. So I'll be having stuff on in the background. And so actually I had it on two different things. I put my TV on Slater with her live show, and I had on my phone the Madonna, the Sabrina Carpenter Coachella thing, because what I wanted to do was when the Madonna part came up, I wanted to screen record it and then I was going to upload it to social media, which I ended up doing. So that's how I watched it. Then when it came on, I was like, "Oh, let me put it on my TV so that way I could watch it on my television and see Madonna in her full glory in the performance." And then that's when we got to hear "Bring Your Love," which I have to say, hearing it in headphones sounds so much better than hearing it on the thing, because it was like, yeah, it was live or whatever the case was. Yes, they had the backing track. Madonna and Sabrina were singing live, regardless of what people say. Oh, they were lip syncing. No, Madonna's mic was on and she was singing. She was singing to the track, because at one point she did bust out and started doing a cappella to Get Together. Yeah, it was Get Together. I'm glad she chose that song, because I live for Get Together. That's my shit. So so then they said, as if to cement the moment and take their joint slay one step further. They recently dropped their single, Bring Your Love, a crowd tested on the Coachella main stage. The mother and daughter post started almost immediately with the usual debates about who actually is next in line already queued up. The internet is obsessed with determining Pop's family tree. It has no shortage of flow charts and web diagrams tracking the ancestors and descendants of every pop icon, from Donna Summer to Charlie XCX, figuring out who mothered whom, who then mothered whom. A typical stem looks something like this: Tina Turner, Beyonce, Chloe Bailey. Actually tracks. I will give it that. Tina Turner birthed Beyonce, Beyonce birthed Chloe Bailey. The definitive mothers at the top of the chain being Summer, Turner, Cher, and Kate Bush. So there are duos, but there are also extended families, aunts, cousins, and grandmothers. Case in point, Addison Rae, deck side with Madonna at her West Hollywood Club Confessions 2 party. Well, I could definitely see Addison Rae sort of being like a child of Madonna, because the dancing, the type of music she does, that sort of stuff, and how she is one of the few artists that I actually believe when she said that she uses Madonna. What was it? She used Madonna's music as a reference, like a coda reference. She said like Ray of Light, but she also went deeper and was like erotica and a bunch of other records. So I'm like, okay, now I'm starting. I believe you. Like I hate, like what irritated me was like when I saw that they did the what was it? The Abbey, when they started asking them tight ass Hollywood queens, them tight ass Hollywood queens over there at the Abbey. What's your favorite Madonna song? Oh, I'm gonna say Like a Prayer. I'm gonna pick like the songs that were hits. I'm like, no, give me Hanky Panky, bitch. Give me I would say even give me Justify My Love. Give me Sooner or Later. Like give me a deep cut. I would have way more respect for you than you saying some damn Vogue. I'm like, okay, you nothing but a damn fraud. You just want to be able to say you was on the scene and you was in the room with Madonna. You're not a real fan. Like a real fan will go deep, like I just did. Like I said, hanky panky, bitch. So so they said, yeah, let's dream casting most stylistic compatibility. Read all about it below. I think, yeah, there's a mistake up in here. So they said, yeah, Madonna and Sabrina's link up naturally got me thinking about what mother-daughter duos I want to see next, who haven't collabed or should, who would either confirm what's already obvious or reveal connection hiding in plain sight. So what follows is a lineup of some of the de facto persona, performance, audience, and ethos-based matchups, the incarnates, the spirits of, and the cosigns that feel like a natural lineage. Less dream casting, more stylistic compatibility. So now let's get into the Beyonce of it all. So they said Zara Larson, not Zara Larson's hairography alone is enough to make her Beyonce's pop daughter. And Beyonce called Larson's ascent early, tapping her as an opener for the Four Nation tour's London stops back in 2016. It's in their charisma, their magnetism, the way you could watch them both dance for days, the way the power behind their vocals leaves you dumbfounded at the sheer abilities of another human being. Larson's genre bending pop feels like it was born of everything from Destiny's Child to Renaissance, while her long game mirrors Beyonce's big picture career approach. Midnight Sun era Larson is self titled era Beyonce, the point where everything vocals, visuals, choreography, creative agency operates at full capacity. Well, you know what? Because we got that old tired ass high yellow queen, Chris Brown, who released an album called Brown, run around. If y'all don't like my music, go listen to Zara Larson or something. I'm like, sir, we already are. We've been listening to Zara Larson. And her songs have been bops. The children like her music. A lot of the young girlies and the gays are living for Zara right now. I mean, even though she's been in the game for a long time, it's great to see that she's finally getting the recognition that she deserves. Now, as a descendant of somebody like a Beyonce, I could definitely see that. I know some people be thinking like, why not a black girl? Well, what black girls do y'all know that's trying to step up to be that, not be the next Beyonce? Because I can't stand when y'all say like the next Beyonce. I do think the appropriate thing to call it is the child, the sibling of, or the child of the Beyonce's daughter. And I do think that she's willing to step up to that mantle. I would have said Normani, but Miss Bormani don't want to come out and release nothing. She's out here giving us dry ass R&B tracks, and we already know quiet as it's kept. Y'all don't be out here supporting the R&B. Shout out to Dawn Richard, because she said that in a recent Q&A that she was doing online. I think she was doing it on Instagram, like a live or something. And she said that she was like, I put out R&B tracks or whatever. My voice, the way I sing, everything I do is rooted in R&B, but my EDM stuff sells. That is what the people want to hear. I wish Kelly Rowland, bobbleheaded ass, would actually hear it when we say this stuff. That's this. You could have been this generation. You could have been the daughter. I was going to say, well, I call it this generation's Donna Summer. You could have been Donna Summer's dance diva daughter. That's what you could have did if you were to went on with the Commanders and all the other stuff that you was doing with David Guetta and so many other dance DJs. If she would have stuck to that, bitch, your career would have been solidified in a certain genre of music that separates you from what was going on over there with Destiny's Child. You could have had your own little standout, but I hate the fact that y'all always think of that because girls are black, that y'all should just stick to doing R&B. And that's what Dawn was like. I've been doing R&B. I do all different types of business. But she said I sing in a way of like R&B, but I incorporate different genres and stuff in there. So I guess maybe it's more palatable because yeah, R&B is not really doing what it needs to be done. But I guess if a white girl like a Ariana Grande Frappuccino comes out with some R&B, that's the only way it sells. So I'm wondering if it has anything to do with the fact that the industry and the algorithms and stuff, they push it for white people like a Ariana Grande or Justin Bieber to be doing R&B, whereas when black folks actually do something that we actually, our people created, our ancestors created, then it's like the algos don't be algoing. So looking at it that way, I definitely see Zara Larson as being Beyonce's daughter. Now let's get into Tanashi. So they're saying she's another one. Okay, so now I was just talking about black girls. Let's put Tanashi up in there because I definitely live for Tanashi. She be out here doing her little thing, even though I believe she's independent. So I could definitely see her as being Beyonce's daughter, but I guess what they're looking at is being Janet's daughter. So I definitely see that. I definitely see her more as Janet's daughter. So Tanashi has said that she blacked out when she first met Janet Jackson. She historically been vocal about Jackson's influence on her, telling Rolling Stone, she's my top inspo, top mother. And she's been able to keep Jackson's blueprint close, combining hooky pop melodies and thumping bass with a tight choreography-driven precision. Both are constantly evolving and keeping their art. Who? You talking about Janet? Janet ain't evolved since Velvet Rope, child. But I see what y'all saying. Janet out here giving y'all the same goddamn choreography and the same damn show setup since in the past decade.
quiet as it's kept. But I live for Janet, but let's call a spade a spade. We don't bullshit over here on this channel. Now both are constantly evolving and keeping their art. Okay, I'm not gonna read that bullshit ass line again. They appeal to the same kind of wide yet discerning audience. The discographies each full of such variety. The Velvet Rope versus Rhythm Nation 1814, Two On versus Tightrope, that they can win over both casual listeners and ride or dies. And that's without even accounting for their dancing. There's pure triple threat longevity that sustains itself and defines careers. So I definitely agree with them with that on Tanashi being the daughter of Janet. Now let's get into Addison Rae. So Addison Rae told Paper exactly who her pop mother was the second she was packed. This is my paparazzi. Papped walking through Beverly Hills, reading Britney Spears' memoir, A Daughter of One, Janet, and Mother to Many, Tate, Miley, Charlie. But Ray has named herself the direct descendant, and I can't argue with her. Spears' Mickey Mouse Club was Ray's TikTok. Each of them had All American Down Home Louisiana charm, winning over their respective audiences and helped them pivot to pop stardom with a jolt. So do y'all agree that Addison Rae would be the daughter of Britney? I think it might be a hybrid. I mean, it could be Britney and Madonna because I mean, yeah, I do notice the choreography and stuff up in there, but I always thought like maybe and they might, and she get mad when y'all do the comparisons, but girl, it's hard to not compare. But I see Tate McRae being Britney's daughter. That's what is given with that. Like, I'm not necessarily. Well, yeah, maybe it's similar to the music because she does kind of do that urban pop stuff. But a lot of the ways in her choreography and oozing the sex appeal and all this, and pretending her mic is on when it's not, but then gonna breathe all up in it to make y'all know, oh yeah, the mic's on. But I'm like, yeah, but no sounds coming out of your actual mouth. So her and Brittany got similarities there. But other than that, I'm like, I don't know. Do y'all see Addison as being Brittany coded? I mean, I do see the similarities, but I think also Madonna. So now let's get into child, not Lady Gaga. I mean, who isn't? Well, are we comparing Gaga to people, or y'all saying Gaga got daughters? So they say even if unintentionally, Jade Thirlwall called out what makes her and Lady Gaga a match made in pop heaven. Showbiz, she said their unwavering commitments to pop fantasy world building, gothic drama cut with sharp glitz, all tied together by cascading vocals over dance floor ready beats. Thirlwall's That Showbiz Baby, the encore track Church, and its corresponding video feel like they were pulled directly from Mayhem or The Fame Monster. She cited Gaga as a music video inspiration in our 2024 interview with her. They both weathered the volatility of pop careers to reach their own kinds of longevity. Thirlwall carving out her identity post Little Bix outside of the Simon Cowell system. Gaga through physical and mental health struggles and the scrutiny of her so-called flop eras. So-called, no honey, they did flop. Both are powerhouse vocalists and performers devoted to the artistry and the technique in a way that makes their stardom even without their makeup and costuming. But I have to give it to her. I definitely see Jade. I could definitely see Jade as the pop daughter of Gaga because I definitely noticed sonically and even in the way she performs, it does give kind of those Gaga inspired type of, isms in what she does. So I ain't mad at her over that. Now they got Imogen Heap. I haven't heard that name in a month of Sundays. Now, when DJ interviewer Derek G surprised Pink Pantheress, oh yeah, I could definitely see Pink Pantheress in that. With a call from Imogen Heap, she declared, so many of my melodies are born from her. I am her daughter. This match is less about the specific genres and more about the shared lineage, specifically the London garage dance and house traditions that pushed both artists toward production, each crafting intricate compositions that with breakbeat driven drums and airy auto-tune forward vocals. Since Fancy That, Pink has stepped further into capital P pop girl territory, but her underground influences the internet born identity mirror Heap's early YouTube vlogs or V-blogs. I never heard about V-blogs. I would call them, well, she said V-blogs. That's what she calls them. And I was like, no, they vlogs. They both build their songs with technical precision, but leave space for those endless translate stretches. He was Good Night and Go
is a perfect example of that kind of delicate looping structure that feels foundational to Pink's identity, extending from structure to the Victorian visual world of the Tonight video. Yeah, I could definitely see that they've got influences and stuff. Now, this would be interesting. Who are they trying to say is Kylie Minogue's pop daughter? Because Kylie could definitely use some daughters. I know a lot of people don't want to give her success. I mean, her shit, but her flowers, but she deserves it. Okay, so they said both Kylie Minogue and Rose Gray's presence feels like hits of pure, concentrated sunshine. They make me want to find a beach and indulge these indeterminate Euro Aussie dance pop princesses. Gray's Louder Please is a club centric breakout that has the same career catapulting impact for her as Fever had for Minogue, each mixing up their own disco clubhouse trance potion. They're harbingers of sleek, euphoric pop made for 4 a.m. on a humid summer night, fresh fan tingling on your shoulders and cheeks. Well, you know what? I'm going to agree with that because first of all, I actually like Rose Gray. I like a lot of her music. She has a lot of really good songs. She has a song with Demi Lovato on her. It's not that deep unless you know the extended version of it. So they have a song together. And I like a lot of there's a song she has called April that I absolutely love. It's very catchy, very pop. And it sounds like a song that you could actually hear Kylie Minogue singing. So Rose Gray, I'm definitely gonna agree with that. Okay, so now they bringing up Bjork. I'm like, now this is a tall order because who would be out here? Oh, they got FKA Twigs. Is that who y'all trying to say is her pop daughter? And wait, hold on, because maybe I could bring it up. Oh, yeah. So it says Bjork and FKA Twigs are always at least 5 steps ahead of where pop's headed next. They thrive on experimentation, never staying in one place for long. Twigs feels sonically aligned with Bjork's vespertine and homogenic, atmospheric, poetic, always complete with a moment that makes you pause. Neither is experimental for experiment's sake. They're driven by the genuine love of their craft. Their raw emotions are perpetually on display, whether soundtrack by sparse, intimate textures or more abrasive electronic extremes. The web extends there too, both having worked closely with Arca. Arca worked on Madonna's new album too. So they said their commitment extends across every medium, fashion, visual, and performance, alongside those hard to pin down sonics. So yeah, I could definitely see FK Twigs and Bjork being, in the same sentence because I do feel like the closest that we get to someone who experiments in the type of production and everything and the sonic landscapes along and bringing like a sense of pop sensibility to what they do is definitely FKA Twigs. So that was a good comparison. Nicole Scherzinger, child, do she? How she got a daughter? I was like, Nicole got a daughter? Who they saying is her daughter? Oh, Tate McRae. Child. No. Tate McRae is Britney's daughter. But we'll go along with it. Let's see what they say. And two dance forward at times, not at times whiny, vocalist with semi-questionable politics. Bonus, okay, so I guess that's where the comparison is. Bonus point for the fact that I can't listen to Sports Car without also hearing the Pussycat. You want to know something? I will give them that. I totally forgot about that. That yeah, sonically and a lot of the production style, it does seem like while Tate McRae does come across similar to Britney in regards of the stage presence and the way she dances and stuff, production wise, it definitely gives like they were heavily influenced by the Pussycat Dolls, or she was. Because yeah, when you hear Sports Car, it definitely sounds like y'all use the same beat as Buttons. And they said it's the literal spirit that matters, the energy, even of their dance centric stage personas, plays a part in what makes them both so enticing. The way their bodies move, carrying the performance as much as, if not more than, the vocals and the mix of trip hop, pop, and R&B. So yeah, I can definitely see that that's the comparisons with these two. Now they said Liz Fair, who's that? How did I know they was going to say Olivia Rodrigo because of the white girl with strumming a guitar? Although Olivia is part Asian. Teddy said, if there's one thing about Olivia Rodrigo is that she loves herself a mother-daughter collab. She shared the stage with Avril Lavigne, Sheryl Crow, and Alanis Morissette, but Liz Fair is the exact kind of guitar-forward pop rock star whose diatristic yet cutting songwriting and effortlessly cool girl image feel in line with Rodrigo's ascent from sour to the forthcoming You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love. They both balance subdued, sullen, near folk moments with thrashing bursts of angst and emotion. as far as I'm concerned, Fair is Rodrigo's Everest. And now we got Robin. Who her daughter? I was like, who that? Oh, Tuve Lu. Now, Sweet and Rise, Robin and Tuve are a pair I'm surprised have only crossed paths passively. Most notably when Tuve covered Dancing on My Own in 2022. They both thrive in emotional club pop, glitchy, brass, and cutting, but can just easily be polished by some straightforward EDM peaks, valleys, and sheens. It's one of those collabs that makes you pause. They haven't done a song together yet. It seems too good not to, with both circling new eras this year. Robin already with hers in hers with Sex Essential, Tove Lo teasing her return. Yeah, she has a new album coming out this year. It feels less like a stretch and more like the song of the summer waiting to happen. And so yeah, um, she has a new song coming out. Well, she has a new song out. She has a new what is it? A new album coming out, which I'm actually looking forward to in regards to this whole situation. Yeah, I didn't mind, you know what? I didn't mind this list. I didn't think it was that bad. Um, Now seeing the whole Pop Daughter situation, I'm just like, okay, I could definitely see these as the descendants or whatever the case is. I still see it like Madonna and Sabrina, but then again, Sabrina, I think with her vocals on Bring Your Love, maybe she will jump into the whole dance genre. I mean, it fits her vocals relatively well. So if that's something that they want to actually do, I'd definitely be here for it. But I want to ask you all. Oh yeah, this was the one that I had. I was like, wait, where's the other picture? This was the one that I had about the whole Pop Daughter situation. We have Liz Fair and Olivia Rodrigo, Beyonce with Zara Larson, Sabrina and Madonna. And then we have Addison Rae and now. So yeah, so there's that. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from you all, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think of this story? Do you agree with the aforementioned list from Paper magazine, where they basically talked about pop mother daughter duos? And who do y'all see out here that's the next generation of up and comers that could be good, like true descendants of some of your favorite pop icons? So, whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Hold on. It was like, damn, I gotta scroll on up for a lot. It's like I wasn't paying attention to Sabrina what weekend two either. The volume was turned down. I had a book in hand. Luckily my eyes were on the screen. But yeah, that's what I was like. I was watching actually because I was like, even though I saw it, I wanted to watch it again. And it just so happened that Slater's Coachella performance came on. So I had that on. And that literally lasted both like the whole thing. I didn't have to cut it or nothing. So I watched or flipped back and forth because I said I had my phone on the Sabrina Wood, which I was like, this reminded me so much of why I was bored through her tour when I had to work it. Because I'm like, I am so not this is not my judge. And that's fine. She's a demographic for a certain demographic of people. But when she brought out Madonna and that first music started coming on with Vogue and the snapping, I'm like, ooh, got my attention. I love Thick of Me, one of my favorite songs from her debut album. Tanashi, gotta give more love to her. He said the people getting asked their favorite Madonna song, not knowing that. Hello, that was that annoys me. Don't sit there and just talk about the hits like a deep cut ditch. If it wasn't for Zara mentioning her in a new interview every other week, I wouldn't associate her with Beyonce. People heard her hit a high note and started calling her Beyonce's white daughter. Even when I was the biggest Janet defender, I never cared to listen to Tanashi despite the comparisons. Addison Rae being Britney's daughter, well, she copies the Onyx Hotel tour, so I guess. I followed Tanashi's career since her first mixtape. She produced, sang, and wrote all of her crap. This industry never gives where credit is due. Aquarius is one of the best albums. Yeah, I do love that album. I was always wondering why she never got like the love and respect and attention that she deserves. Taylor's hands down Britney's daughter. She's a great dancer. Oh, unlike Addison. Tate dances and does choreography on stage, and people immediately compared her to Britney when Tate couldn't even name an iconic Britney dance break. But I think that's because people are giving her the people are it's the comparison. White girl, long hair, whipping it back and forth, doing the choreography. And you're talking like Britney got I was gonna say Britney got an iconic dance break. Yeah, she do. I can name one right off the top of my head, Slave for You. After she go, remember how my name and age. You know, that's a dance break. Look, the iconic dance break, we saw that in the VMAs when she had that snake wrapped around her. I haven't seen anyone cite Gaga as an inspo. She's not groundbreaking enough musically. She really isn't, because when you listen to the type of music, I'm like, I've heard this music already. Like, as somebody who is entrenched in the world of electronic dance music, and goth pop and that sort of thing. She's not doing anything innovative. She's not doing anything original. Maybe it is to y'all over there, at Variety and all this other stuff, because you're a trade paper. So when y'all see what she's doing, it's like, we've seen this already. We've seen this done from underground artists, whatever the case was. And nobody's denying her talent. She can sing, she can strip her music back and still be impeccable to watch. But there's nothing new under the sun when it comes to her. We said Jade, a daughter of Lady Gaga, where what we said in the whole way she carries herself in regards to the stage presence and the music Gaga used to do during the Fame era. Meanwhile, Jade's official fan Instagram shared confessions of the biggest millennial Madonna fan using her cover Frozen. And as I said, like, she may have used Gaga as an inspiration on, well, Church may sound Gaga-esque, but it's like, yeah, she covers Frozen on her album. I can't even name one Jade song, but that's just me. Pink Panther is being Imogen's offspring makes sense. Who the fuck is well, I told her who Rose Gray is. Rose Gray, I don't think, is well known. She and I think it's because I listen to a lot of dance music. I'm aware of who Rose Gray is because her music comes on when I'm listening to it. But she's very popular overseas. I see Jay as a daughter of drag race queens and drag culture. Well, we would have to think, who would be the most popular drag race girl that is successful in music? Would it be Alaska? I mean, I don't know. hmm Earth Eater and FK Twigs would be Bjork's daughters. I do like Earth Eater. I'm trying to remember. I think Earth Eater, I forgot who she opened for recently. And now they got Horse Girl, who wears like a horse aesthetic on her face, but she's a DJ and now she's got a new album coming. I'm like, the shit y'all come up with to get in the algo. But it's like, has a vocal style that can land her as Bjork's Benny Me, especially. Dula Peep is Kylie's daughter. Radical Optimism proved it. Rose Gray was also on Kesha's album with Slater on Attention. Oh, yeah, that's true, too. I forgot about that. Slater is Kesha Peach's daughter. Yeah, I could definitely see Slater as, yeah, because I definitely get Kesha and Peach's isms from her with the rap stuff and the sexual stuff and mixing all these different electronic styles with the rock. She definitely has a lot of that electro clash vibe going on for her too. It's no shade, but unless Tate drastically switches it up for album number 4, which is a scary number for pop divas, I don't see her lasting that long. Just like Dula Peep only lasted a year or two. I'll love me some Liz Fair. Makes sense why I'm foaming at the mouth for her daughter's album next month. Now, who the fuck is Taylor Swift's daughter? That's a good question. I have no idea who we could throw in. Isn't that boring? Gracie Abrams. That's who Taylor Swift's daughter is. Well, according to what are you saying? Cacao 224 244 said Olivia Rodrigo was Taylor's daughter, but better. Y'all agree with that? Madonna now follows Kylie Minogue. Maybe the duet is happening, or maybe it's already happened. Just we didn't get the full list. I mean, we only got the standard track list. we don't have the deluxe. So that song did happen. You already know they said that all the songs that when Madonna did her duet with Sabrina flew into New York and she recorded it in the room with them. So we're not going to do the whole stem thing. I'm not sending you a stem. We're not doing things via Zoom. I'm not doing all of that. You literally are coming in the studio and you're going to lay down your tracks, because when you do that, that's how things get stolen. That's how things leak, and so on and so forth. So I love the fact that they were able to sneak her in and out. Where it could have just been a thing like, you know what? Sabrina's actually just recording new music or whatever. You can make up anything. I thought they already did before the wait, what? Oh, you talking about follow Kylie? Estrus is referring to an animal in Heat, Love My Horny Swedish, when asked how does her husband stay faithful. If you're a high sex drive, I'm not happy unless I'm fucked 5 times a day. Plus, I learned women having babies kills the sex drive, so that's why men leave. When I realized that happened, I had my ill. So she don't want to have children? Well, girl, that marriage don't last. You fucked. I actually got Beyonce vibes from Normani when she did Motivation, not Chloe or Zara. Something about, well, I did mention Normani, but I felt like she dropped the ball with whatever it is she was trying to do over there. I don't know if it was her team, or whatever the case was, but I thought Normani had the potential. Now she just, I don't know what she's trying to do at this point. Would people consider Ariana Grande as ex Tina's daughter, or is she Mariah's daughter? Because they both well, Ariana don't really be out here vocal masturbating like Xtina does. Like everything got to have a run on it. I'm like, girl, you don't need to oversing. We know you can sing. Relax. It's just that your insecurity is showing every time you open your mouth. So, I don't know who would be Christina's daughter. We'd have to think about that. I mean, this is the most respectful way possible, but Addison dances like a skid row and styles herself after one too. She is desperately trying to separate herself from the TikTok influencer days. Well, maybe what she should do is just get out there and make music and perform. Like, stop trying to, oh, I'm trying to remove myself from this thing. If you actually took the time to be like what Tate did, which was smart, she's like, you know what? I really want to take this whole pop thing seriously. So I'm gonna hire Frank Gatson. He's going to come in and be my creative director. And we're going to come up with this whole situation on how I could push myself out in this pop music space. If she kind of focused on that, maybe it would work. But now you're just trying to go against the thing that made you. Someone said Madonna taking the mic from a drunk Addison Rae. And yeah, if Addison loses her career, we can blame Madonna. She tied that with, wait, what? Ethel Kansas, yeah, I could definitely see her as being a descendant of Lana Del Rey because well, she get over it because if you wasn't singing them slow ass songs, you wouldn't have got compared to her. He said the fame was already in the clubs. Gold Frap, I feel it was only original to kids that weren't going to dance clubs, but to us club kids, it was okay. Yes, I do. I do like Kalila. Did she release a new album this year or is she coming out with one? I could have sworn that I saw something where I saw Kalila was coming out with a new album. I might be bugging, or maybe I'm not, because so many albums is coming out this year, I can't keep track. But yes, I'm a fan. I listen to all kinds of music. But yeah, when it comes to, I was listening to Goldfrapp. Like Supernature was like, I feel like the album that really made me love Alison Goldfrapp and Will Gregory. That is who makes up Goldfrapp. I mean, I liked their debut album, but it was a little too slow. It was a little trip hoppy with the debut. But then of course when they did Supernature, that was like when they started diving more into like experimental sounds, a lot of the electronic music, and how they were just out there doing all this really cool experimental stuff. The Brits were really giving it back in the early 2000s. That was like 2004, I think, when the album came out. So I love that record. And I've seen Goldfrapp live. When I think, what was that? They performed at Brooklyn Steel, same place I saw Slater. And it was a great show. Not a song made on Zoom. And do, yes, they do. That's why, like, when Stuart Price even said that, he was like, "No, we weren't doing anything on Zoom. We weren't sending stems because that's what Kylie does. Kylie has because when during the whole COVID thing, she had to learn how to set up a studio in her house and record her vocals and produce her vocals instead because everybody couldn't be in the room. So she basically would have to handle a lot of the technical stuff herself. Exactly. She doesn't want like Rebel Heart. That whole damn all the demos leaked. Olivia got instantly compared to Taylor when she debuted, but there was some tension between. Oh yeah, I remember that. From what I understand, and then Taylor gifted her a ring. She is a Tay daughter, probably the ultimate. Tate definitely switched it up from her second album. Think. I think what's it called? Oh, is it called Think Later or is that to her Britney coded? Britney and PCD coded because there's definitely a lot of Pussycat Doll isms in there. It's time to switch it up again. Cause yeah, it damn sure was. So close to what that deluxe. I think that came and went like a wet fart. Like I only listened to it once and moved on. I'm like, you could have kept these extra tracks. Quiet as it's kept. Yeah, she definitely excuse me. She definitely is Mariah's daughter. Excuse me. My cold isn't back. I will tell y'all that. I finally got rid of it. I just like now I feel like my throat is dry. Did y'all hear the crickets when asked? I didn't want to say nothing, but yeah, I kind of did hear them crickets. And then when recorded the old way, it sounds like they recorded on the old analog way, music on film. Girls on film. Oh, that's why I said I knew I wasn't bugging. You said she releasing a new album in July because I put it in my I know I added it. Like the what was it, the pre-order? She needs to ditch Ryan Tedder. Who's still using Ryan Tedder as a producer? He said, but I think Tate wants to do urban pop. I don't think she knows who she is as an artist. Definitely will agree with you with that. Because I've always felt that Tate McRae is still going through an identity crisis. Like she hasn't figured out the type of artist she wants to be, what type of music you want to perform, and that sort of thing. So, but I'm surprised that you're saying like Gen Z wants artists to switch it up with each album because 9 times out of 10, y'all be wanting them to give the same old, same old. Look, Harry Styles done switched it up and y'all went and bailed on him. Y'all talking about this album is boring. Which kind of is, because my thing is, if you was going to talk about you doing disco and you were inspired by LCD Sound System, and I forgot who else. Oh, David Bowie. I'm like, really? Because I wasn't getting that from this music. Like if you're going to talk about David Bowie going electronic, I would say maybe you should listen to the Earthling album because that's when he started experimenting, working with Trent Reznor and all that stuff. So if that was where he was going, and you talking about LCD sound system. Now, as somebody who is a LCD sound system fan, I barely heard any of those influences on this record. Where were the 808s? That's what I want to know. So, it's like I wasn't hearing none of that on this record. Because these songs, I'm like, snooze fest. New Avatar by Kalila. You said comes on July 10th. Okay. Yes, it is. July 10th. Same day Adam Lambert's releasing his album, bitch. July about to be lit. Dempsey is going to Madonna and Michael Jackson because they don't have an essential dance pop act. Billy and Olivia are basically the biggest Gen Z pop acts, not going anywhere. They established themselves. He said, down after Xtina Shade. She went down after Bionic, which was not that bad. Her career disappeared like all that weight from that Ozempic. You said July Madonna, Adam Lambert, Shania Twain, Ariana Grande, and Kalila. We ain't gonna forget about her. Yeah, Shania got a new album out. A 60-track remix album. Jesus. I did see that she dropped a new song. I didn't listen to it because I think yeah, by the time I got home yesterday, I was like, okay, let me turn the music off. But you said Bionic was doomed because Gaga and Perez Hilton basically destroyed any. Oh yeah, they definitely was working to sabotage that album at that time. Bonnet was good, but it was always be a key to me how she proclaimed herself as owning the throne on the final track. Oh, who owns the throne? Yo, you talking about that? And then she literally had to go host the stay rolling. Well, look, that was she owned that throne when she was over here on The Voice. But yeah, Bionic was good. It was all over the place, but it was good. And the fact of the matter was, they was like, "Oh, she trying to copy off Lady Gaga." I'm like, no. When you listen to that album, you hear MIA influences, you hear Goldfrapp, you hear um, what the hell's her the other one's name? Santi Gold. You hear all of that up in there. That's my favorite Christina album besides Back to Basics. I think that's mostly everybody's favorite. Bionic and Back to Basics are like the top two records that everybody lives for. Earth Eater is coming out with a new album too in July. I'm telling you, it's gonna be packed. 714 for Heavenly Bold. You know, oh Heavenly Bold. Well, look, as long as y'all don't cross over into Madonna territory, let her have her week. Y'all gonna all release after. Katy Perry dropped her. Child, who cares? It's like, we don't care about her. I mean, that's no shade to you. I'm just saying, like, who out here and clamoring for a Katy Perry greatest hits album? And said, let's not get started on. Don't even start with that record. That record was straight up ass. But I will say that Your Body track was a that was a cute record. He said, is what stunted her career. Britney had Femme Fatale in the 2010s, and Xtina became a nostalgia act from the 2000s. Her early work was very Billy coded, but Billy only works for Billy. Tate went to Sex Kitten, it worked, but I feel Tate might not be made for it. Well, yeah, it was like I feel because they probably the people behind the scenes was pushing up on that because she's a cute girl, and yeah, let's push the sex thing. But I hate when they try to when the people behind the scenes do that to young girls, and they're not even yet comfortable in their own skin. Comfortable in my skin. Bionic and Strip are my favorite. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention Strip too. So yeah, Bionic, Strip, and wait, those are the ones we mentioned, right? No, Bionic, Strip, and Back to Basics. That's like the Holy Trinity. After that, the debut album that was like the typical bubblegum pop crap. Except we do love GD in the Bottle and Come On Over. I'll give her that. After that, that whole album is straight up ass. But those are like the Holy Trinity. After that, it's just like, okay, nobody cares about Christina. No shade. Great voice, but yeah, them songs just wasn't it. Just them three albums, yeah, I would call those the Holy Trinity. I think letting her husband go as a manager fucked Christina up. That's what a manager was? Her husband? I thought the person that was really in control of her career was Ron Fair, who was a pain in the ass, by the way. Because Linda Perry was spilling tea on that. How he was trying to get too involved in the making of, when she did Beautiful and a bunch of other stuff that they were working on. She was like, oh, he was like trying to interfere and everything. And I was just like, you know what? Linda is hilarious. No, you know your body and the Lotus intro 8 down. She has some bobs on there, but yeah, that album is a chop. He said, funny that people think Katie gonna headline Coachella next year. And will people be willing to pay for it? Lotus came out the same year as MDNA. The sound aged like old ass. Yeah, both and on both albums, Quiet as It's Kept, because I can't stand MDNA. And you know I live for Madonna. Madonna! But that album was ass. That and don't even get me started on that no-hit ass album, Madam X. Like I said, I sometimes feel bad for new artists. You can tell the label pushes them to be like someone else. Absolutely. And well, emphasis on the no investment. You say no investment originality. They don't invest at all. They literally will sign these artists or whatever, and then y'all just have to fend for yourselves. And then they're left out here trying to figure out who they are. And it's hard to do that when you have eyes all over you and you have social media, and it's like the minute you make a mistake, they're ready to like rip you apart. Your body is a bop, and I don't mind. Let there be love. Oh yeah, that was a bop too. I forgot about that song. But why are those songs on the same album as a Blake Shelton collaboration? Forgot about it. Well, maybe that was maybe the whole thing with Blake Shelton. Maybe that was the Voice thing because they're like, oh, they're on the Voice together, so let's do a song together because it plays within. She was probably using the show as a way to sell the product because at that time that's what a lot of, as I guess we could look at it now, has been legacy act types because Christina was crossing into that territory That was the way that they had to promote their stuff. Is that's the way they had to do it. It really was. It was like I call MDNA dated EDM. Emphasis on all the acronyms I just used. Sailor Mermaid is in the building. Um, Own mom don't want you. I don't get it. Well, who mother don't want them? Tommy Mottola. Oh, child, don't even get me started on that old demon. Tommy Mottola. Michael Jackson couldn't stand his ass either. He said you didn't like I Rise and Okay, it had a couple of songs on the record. Y'all really just be taking everything I say literal. I was like, yeah, the album was ass, but they had a couple of good songs on there. I did not like Medellin. I Rise is cute. I do love I search, I don't search, I find. That song, to me, in my opinion, shouldn't have been on that record. It just felt mismatched. I do like Faz Gostoso. I wanted more songs to sound like that. Like if you're gonna really go into the whole Portuguese style of music, I really wanted her to entrench herself in that world. It just felt a little too like Madonna was trying to create an audio-visual painting of Lisbon. That's what the album gave, and I don't think a lot of us were ready for that record. I wish they would let artists be themselves. We need more. Oh, hello, who you telling? But it's just too many damn posers. But they don't want to. They don't want to take that risk because I guess they worry about. Oh, we're gonna lose money. I'm like, well, what money are you investing that you're worrying about losing? Y'all don't really pay to train these kids to actually get entrenched in the whole music thing. And you said I entered a remix contest for your body. Did you win it? Did you do? I mean, what was? Excuse me. Okay, that was loud. He said Rebel Heart is her worst, more bloated. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Although there's some good songs on that record. I do love Girl Gone Wild. I do love Hold Tight. I do like a couple of songs in there, but yeah, it is not the more bloated than the alcoholic on heart medication. But yeah, that was definitely bloated. Maluma is back with new. Oh yeah, he is back with new music. I did see that he did a recent interview where I forgot the gay boy's name, but he was like, he wrote I slept, or I think he said in his headline, I slept with Maluma, or I'm in bed with Maluma, and literally it's him and Maluma in bed together doing an interview. And let me tell you something, Maluma is fine as hell. That boy is so cute to look at, but it's just the music ain't hitting. And see him in the bed with his little shorts on, and he keeps spreading them legs open. Trust and believe, I was looking every bit in between them legs, seeing if something will pop out. But with them in the interviews, they'll probably blurt it out if we see a testicle or two. Maluma did a bed. Oh yeah, that's what I'm just talking about. Maluma did a bed podcast interview with a homosexual, and people still didn't. Turns out being a hot Latino isn't enough to bring hello. And that's what I say. He cute to look at, and sometimes it'd be funny because I don't know if it's like if it's a Hispanic thing. It's like when you just learned English yesterday and they be talking English and the way they say the S's, it sounds like a SH. I don't know if it's because his teeth are too big for his mouth, because I don't know if those are his real teeth or those are veneers. But sometimes when y'all get new teeth, y'all be sounding funny when y'all talk. And that's what it sounded like when he was talking. And I'm telling you, Maluma is fine as hell. And I know he got to up his coins because he got a second baby on the way. But yeah, being cute ain't enough to get people invested in the music. But I guess internationally, he's still popping. Now, where's the similar article comparing male? You know what? I definitely would love to see that. But at this point, why don't y'all throw it in the chat? Who do y'all think would be a the son of like an Usher or a Michael Jackson or anybody of that magnitude? Why was Madam X? Wait, why was Madam X all those foreign songs? But excuse me for being ignorant. But what race is she? Well, Madonna's always been someone who takes has always been inspired by so many other cultures and things. She a white woman from Michigan. I did love album. Wait, I did love album. What album is that? Is explicit, but shut up was edited, even though it was her saying shut up, just shut the fuck up. Who are we talking about? I want y'all to be specific in what y'all talking about in the comments. Not a little bot. MX did okay, but I didn't win. All right. He said, listen to bobblehead. Oh, we talking about you still talking about Christina. What was it? Oh, you are shady for this one. To my J-Lo daughter is, oh, sorry, Jennifer. Her daughter is Tyler. Although Tyler want to be Rihanna daughter. But we already did that conversation the other day. Rihanna ain't got time for that little girl. She been saying that for years. Kind of like y'all still waiting for Telephone Part 2, which we know that shit ain't coming. Or or Art Pop Part 2 or whatever. Maluma need to let the ponytail. Thought he had I could have sworn, didn't he cut his hair? He pulled his hair back. I don't think he has a ponytail. Because when I seen him in that interview, he had his hair was shorter. It said he kind of looks like Hispanic Kevin. Oh no, because he had like I think was like when you let your hair grow a little longer and then keep it out of your hair or out of your face, they wear like a little headband or whatever the case was. If I'm not mistaken, that's what he wore in that interview. Maluma is too hot. He should do hello. And we got enough Colombian men out here doing OnlyFans and ChatterBait and all that other stuff. The prostitution is strong over there in Colombia. Rebel Heart is seen as her best. Really? Last decade, but Avicii leaving the project because of health problems. Well, he was a drug addict too. And Madonna was extremely pissed that DJs kept leaving. She was shocked that DJs are A-list because back in her day, DJs had stayed in the clubs. And now they've decided to make DJs sort of like the focal point. Now they just go out here and they do whole shows and this and that. And I'm looking at them like, what? So now when you're looking at people like Dom Dalla or so many others, even like a Diplo or whatever, they're opening up, like doing whole concerts and things or arena shows where they're just playing music. John Summit, they're all doing stuff like that. I'm like, I didn't even realize y'all was that big because I think John Summit did like 2 nights in Madison Square Garden. Which I hate doing the DJ type shows because it's general admission for seating, meaning like you don't get like when you come into a concert, you do regular seating or whatever. So it's like it has the ticket with your seat that you pay for all this other stuff. No, it's general admission. So first come, first serve in whatever section that you got. So you have to literally sit in that section. And if you get up and leave, somebody could actually come in and take your seat. And be like, well, I have my stuff here. How they gonna sit there? I'm like, it's general admission. You get up off your feet, you lose your seat, as they say. And it is what it is. That's what GA means. Look, the real gag is if you get like a pit situation or like a whole pit, half pit, and you on the floor, and they be like, well, I have a seat. I'm like, it says GA. You don't have a seat, meaning that you in the pit, you stand the whole time. You don't get a seat. Amy Garrett's is 30? He look older. No, you being messy. You talking about Tyler and Jennifer need to collab on a Blue Dot Fever tour. Yeah, because I don't see Tyler doing no arenas. You said Rebel Heart had Unapologetic Bitch and Best Night. Well, yeah, she has some songs on there. I think the problem is with the album is that it's just over bloated. It's over. Well, yeah, like you said, it's bloated. It's over. It's too many tracks all up in one. So I think that's the mostly the issue with Rebel Heart. And I think maybe Madonna panicked because the original tracks had to go in, rework them. Things started leaking online. And so now I got to come out. I got to go from their standard record to 25 tracks on one. And me at the time, I was happy. I was here for it because in my mind, I was being greedy because I was just like, oh, yeah, more music. But then when you listen to it upon the situation, like, okay, it's a little too much. It's kind of like I don't know how people get through a Chris Brown record. Now he giving y'all 40 tracks on one album. Now you got Drake corny ass out here dropping 3 albums at once, and out from what I was hearing, they say ain't one good damn song on there. Well, Diplo's an idiot. Somebody he don't need to work with artists. Well, I mean, if you're gonna sit up here and talk about AI, you are the problems. Him and Timbaland, sellouts. Madonna lived in Portugal. Hint Madame X was very Latin coded. She was the only celebrity to leave during the first administration. Yeah, now everybody running around announcing, oh, I'm leaving. Bye, bitch. If you want to leave, leave. That's almost like Madian, who I think was like 12 or 13 when he became famous. And now he's a grown man. Yeah, he said Portugal is in Latin America. Well, yeah, that's where the Brazilians live. Shout out to Brazil. All them fine ass men out there. Bad Bunny, in my opinion, took the place of both. Where's my J Balvin? Well, yeah. I think if you really look at like those global stars or whatever, it's like, yeah, when you I mean, I like J Balvin's music. He did just release a co-album with another artist, and Maluma took some time off, even though he was putting out but the problem with Maluma was every album sounded pretty much the same. It's literally like he's the Hispanic version of Chris Brown. He gonna give you the same album every damn time. Him and well, I was gonna say Usher, but at least Usher experimented in different genres. So I can't hold him on that. Except that last album he came out was pure and utter shit. But yeah, Bad Bunny was the only one that in the whole reggaeton genre was experimenting, and I will agree that he had the total package. So he does surpass them in a lot of ways, but they're both famous in their own right. Is it too oh you said it is too many. Madonna just thrown a lot of shit on there. I am still fucking laughing off of Illuminati. Everybody in the party shining like, oh yeah. Wait, isn't that the song that she did with Kanye? Does he? He said 24 songs, the most on any Madonna album. She couldn't put two steps behind me because it was seen as a diss to Lady Gaga. Here you go again, stealing my recipe. Well, didn't she do that on She's Not Me? Oh my God, I just realized when I looked at the number, it said I had 84 comments. I say Chris Brown is the son of Bobby Brown. You want to know something? I don't know if you watched this show when I've said this, but I've said that he's more or less Bobby Brown than Michael Jackson. And I was saying that's because why everybody wants to compare him to Michael Jackson because of the dance. And I'm like, y'all forgot Bobby Brown dance too. Um, the overall aesthetic, his attitude, the whole bad boy persona, that is very Bobby Brown. So when y'all be trying to do the Michael Jackson thing, I feel like that y'all do because they both I'm gonna say because they both light skinned, but remember, once upon a time, Michael Jackson didn't start out light skinned. He had vitiligo. That's where the light skinnedness came from. Chris Brown was born high. Well, he ain't as bright as I am, but he a little light. A little light. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. And you said, yeah, that's what I say. He is Bobby Brown. The the abuse allegations, the booger sugar, and all that stuff. But anyway, let's get back into the show because it was a good conversation. But keep it coming because I want to keep these topics coming about the whole pop thing. I just knew that pop story would definitely get the convo going because we like to talk about stuff over here. Now let's get into this mess. Let's talk about MAGA Minaj. So we ain't been talking about MAGA Minaj in the month of Sundays, except there's this story that was floating around. I can't remember who is the girl, but there was a story that was going around about hold on, because let me look it up. I think I have it in my history. There's some girl out here who's been reminiscent of Nicki Minaj, and I saw a couple of people was talking about it. I was like, I ain't never heard of this damn girl. I was like, hold on, let me see if I can find it. I know I should have had all this in the beginning, but I just now thought about it. Oh, somebody named Trim. Fuck is Trim. And I heard a little bit of her music. It's cute or whatever. She sounded like she was out of breath when she was singing live. So you got to work on your breath control, niece. But other than that, they was up in here trying to say that this girl Trim is trying to be Nicki Minaj and whatever the case is. I don't know the history enough about all of that to even understand where all this is coming from. If y'all are aware of Miss Trim and her trying to come for Nicki throne, let me know in the comments because I don't really know much about her. But I personally have not been thinking about MAGA Minaj in the month of Sundays, but she recently did an interview, I believe, with Time, where she laid on or wanted to let us know the reason on why she decided to support Donald Trump while people was out here side on her like, sis, you are a moron. But Let's give her the benefit of the doubt and see where she's coming from. So now, after publicly supporting the idiot in chief in the Republican Party in recent months, MAGA Minaj is opening up about why she became vocal in her support for the president. Now, during an interview with Time, Minaj said a major reason that she was turned off to Democrats was that after her home was swatted several times after trolls would call the police and trigger outside responses, she requested a sit down with Governor Gavin Newsom, who allegedly didn't reply. She said, he just completely ignored me with all the money I spent in taxes. Well, bitch, you're not the only one out here spending money on taxes. You think you're the only one that live in California? See, this is where all that selfish grift shit comes from that irritates me about a lot of you self-centered ass celebrities. So because it affected her bottom line, that's why she decided to jump to the Republican Party. But we're gonna get into the rest of the story in a minute. And another thing is that with the swatting, I mean, yeah, nobody should be out here getting swatted. You wasn't the first nor the last celebrity to be swatted. There was plenty of celebrities that was running around getting swatted. I don't think those same celebrities, at least that we know of, didn't immediately jump political parties. And I understand that some people have issues, particularly women or black women have issues with Gavin Newsom. Halle Berry recently came out and was like that she got a bone to pick with Gavin because there was something I think she was doing in regards of women in menopause, and he kind of was very dismissive on that as well, which is what Democrats are notorious for being, very much dismissive of other people's plight. But they want you to automatically vote for them. And don't trust and believe. I have my issues with Democrats, corporate centrist Democrats, not progressive Democrats, which is where I mostly lean. I have issues with the type of Democrats like the Kamala Harris, even though it pained me to have to vote for her. And it's only because, and it wasn't, and because she's a black woman, ain't got shit to do with it. I'm just tired of corporate dem bullshit. And I think when you become aware of how both sides work and you start to see more or less how the gumbo is made, the deeper you getting down the rabbit hole of politics, the more you start to side out of situations. It's like, well, what the hell am I even voting for these people for? Because Democrats would rather just sit on the sideline and continue to lose instead of trying to move things forward. And I don't understand how she thinks about voting for Trump that makes things better when this man is literally destroying our democracy. They're literally out here right now gerrymandering um, states where people are losing their jobs and they're trying to move things in their favor of them trying to win so that when the midterms comes around, they still get to maintain some sort of power. Well, guess what? Or redistricting maps, which Democrats need to get on that. See, if they try to play this game, you need to play that game with them too. Start redistricting the maps in your blue states or in certain areas. I need to start doing that. Don't sit up here and continue to take this when they go low, we go high bullshit. Because what is it gonna get you? It's gonna keep y'all losing. But I guess as long as y'all keep y'all jobs and y'all can get y'all little money or whatever the case is, or bet on certain things and increase your value in your pay or whatever the case is, that's all that matters, right? So she's all mad because Gavin Newsom didn't just basically paid her dust. So that's the reason why you run over to this president. So now in 2025, Republican Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna offered assistance to Minaj and it solidified the interest she had in the Republican Party. She even considered taking her support public. She said, I was shocked. And this is, she said, of the response to her swatting. I've never seen anyone in politics treat me that way. That's what made me say that I don't care to keep this a secret anymore. So what does that even mean? Because she says she don't even keep it a secret. So have you always been Republican? And there have been things that people have said that she's always kind of leaned Republican. Didn't she do a whole song about being a Republican? And they're oh, she was being facetious. No, bitch, if you said it on wax, then I'm taking your word for it. Because I didn't hear a facetious or a sarcastic tone when you said what you said. So then they said that she initially declined to speak out as she didn't want to split her fan base. Well, sis, you did, because you have to realize these policies that are put in place is definitely going to affect the very fan base that you depend on to give you your cointadas. So yeah, when your tax bracket, whatever's going on with you and them over there, is not going to affect you. So you don't have nothing to worry about in regards to that. But you should also think about how it's going to affect the very fan base that have been supporting you since the beginning, since itty bitty titty, or even before that. She said, I felt that way already about him, just that I didn't dare act like that publicly. It's been ingrained in everyone's brain in the music business that we are supposed to be a Democratic family. I just knew they would not like me supporting Trump. She also says Jay-Z was involved in her ideological shifts. She said, I think Jay-Z ended up costing Obama a lot, whether he knows it or not. Lots of rappers don't like Jay-Z and were afraid to say it. Well, what did he cause Obama to lose? Because Obama's not the president. Obama did his 2 year, his 2 years, his 2 terms. And then he went about his business. So he can't run. I don't think he can run again. So like, I did my 2 terms and now I'm thinking about coming back running for. I don't know if that's ever been done. I don't even know if that's possible. Because, ever since, who was it? Nixon? I mean, was it Nixon? Or was it FDR? It was something. Damn, who was it that was president that went and did it multiple times? And that's when they had to put the 2 term cap on it. Now I'm forgetting my American history. But so I don't understand what she's meaning by when you say, I think Jay-Z ended up costing Obama a lot. Like when you say certain things, I need you to elaborate. You got so much to say when you be going on your little 72-hour rants on Twitter. Expand on your shit now that you're sitting down with time and give us detail on what the hell you're talking about. Because what exactly did Jay-Z cost Obama? Because Obama's not running for president. He can't run. And Michelle damn sure ain't running. She talking about she was done when her husband was done. She was only doing it because she was being the supportive first lady. But she never thought about wanting to get an apology. She sees how super ugly it gets. She said Jay-Z and President Obama have shown a public-facing friendship through the years, from Obama inducting Jay-Z into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2021 to Jay-Z campaigning for Obama. Minaj also says that a 2024 speech Obama gave supporting Kamala Harris, which encouraged Black men to vote for a woman president, pushed her further away from the Democratic Party. Well, I don't know if it was that, but I do feel like the way he was coming at Black men and trying to, be very much on them in regards of why they had trepidations against this woman whose legal situation against people of color have been atrocious at best. And we're going to talk about things. We got to talk about her policies. The reason why people didn't like her is because of her criminal justice background and how she treated a lot of Black folks. Also, Janet don't like her ass because she was on that team trying to take her brother Michael down. So that there's history there with that. So there's reasons why people don't like Kamala. Plus, her husband and that whole being caught up in the whole Israel Gaza situation and how she wouldn't denounce it because her husband's a fucking Zionist. So that was another reason why people were having trepidations about wanting to support Kamala. And the fact that her policies that she was going in place didn't differentiate much from Joe Biden's policies. If you're trying to run and they forced her down our throats without a proper primary, which is what you're supposed to do with politicians, at least with the Republicans, they primary their people. Even though I was like, I don't know how the fuck y'all would sit up there just pushing everybody else out the way so Trump could be the choice again because he's a fucking idiot. But at least they primaried their Republican people before they decided on who they wanted. And now that y'all got what y'all wanted, now you see what's happening with this country. So it just kind of irritated me in this whole situation where it's just like you're saying all these things, but you're not giving a valid reason as to what it was about Trump that made you support him. Oh, because your house got swatted and the governor of California ignored you and didn't take the time to really deal with whatever type of swattation situation was going on in your house. So that's what made you flip parties because you didn't get what you wanted when you spent your entire career using your fan base to harass other people. So now that the shoe's on the other foot, you want clemency? Fuck out of here with that. So to me, this is some basic, baseless bullshit reason as to why you're jumping on the side of Trump. You can vote for whoever the hell you want to vote for. Nobody's sitting up in there saying that y'all can't vote for you. And you gotta, but at the end of the day, you gotta live with the decision you make. And you have to realize that your actions have consequences. And these are the consequences of the actions that a lot of you made when you decide to vote for the dumbest fucking man on the face of the earth whose brain is rotting in real time and right before our very eyes. So she's a whole ass clown for this, but done. Because there's this clip I want to show y'all. So maybe the ladies at The View might have an answer. Because you know what? One of the things I noticed that maybe what Nicki Minaj and Trump have in common, they're both thin-skinned narcissists. So it's okay for them to come at people nasty or whatever online, but the minute you say something to them, then all hell breaks loose. He want to sick the maggots on people, or she want to sick the barbs on people. So y'all got a lot in common in that whole sense. But I want to play all this thing that I saw this segment over there at The View, because the ladies at The View, shout out to all of y'all over there, gave their thoughts on this situation. They talked about it, and Sonny went in and let have. So I want to play y'all this clip. Hold on, let me make sure that it is. Okay, we got it. We're going to play the clip, and we're going to come back and talk. Please hold.
Okay, you have to be ready for this. Nicki Minaj just sat down with Time magazine and talked about why she went public about going MAGA and appeared on stage with him back in January. Now take a look.
I didn't know Nicki, and I've been hearing over the years she's a big Trump supporter and a Trump fan, and she took a little heat on occasion.
I am probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. And the hate, or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more.
She says her political change of heart was a mix of being disappointed by Democrats like Barack Obama and Gavin Newsom, and the fact that she thinks You Know Who is his own vibe, similar to larger-than-life stars like Marilyn Monroe. I did not say it. That's what she said.
Yeah.
But more shocking, she just said to me that Grease 2 is better than Grease 1.
First of all, Sarah done lost her fucking mind, and she think Grease 2 with Maxwell Caulfield is better than the original with John Travolta. Girl, you done lost the plot. But she been lost the plot. It's like ever since she had them kids and we just realized she a full-on Zionist, all logic and reason went out of her damn brain, and she a damn Virgo. You're an embarrassment. Anyway, let's get back into the video.
That's what she just said to me. I don't know how to deal. I don't know which one to tackle.
That's wilder than Nicki Minaj's take on vaccines.
I would like to say something. I don't believe that it's about what the Democrats are doing, because I think it's personal with her, because this is one little fact I found. Nicki Minaj opposed the COVID vaccine. It's all personal, because her cousin's friend in Trinidad had swollen testicles. I'll say nothing more.
Well,
that is the reason that she likes
so
Trump, because her
viral
cousin's friend in Trinidad has frozen testicles. That's it.
I would like to add to that, Joy, in terms of why it's personal. After she appeared with Trump, she made headlines because she announced that her United States citizenship paperwork was finally being finalized and fast-tracked because she was an undocumented immigrant from Trinidad and Tobago and came here when she was 5 years old.
So yeah, now I'm gonna pause it there, because that makes a whole lot of sense too. The fact of the matter is that, oh well, yeah, I need my citizenship and all this other stuff. I don't know if she got it. I don't know if it was fast track, but I mean that's what they're saying in the thing, and they got enough people behind the scenes that's gonna do the fact checking. But it just seems like I said before, if you kiss Trump's ass, if you flatter him enough, if you tell him, oh, you look great. Have you lost weight? Even though he about 800 pounds soaking wet and smells like old rotten ass cheese, they're gonna, give him a little flattery. He'll kiss your ass and kiss his ass a little bit. He'll give you whatever it is that you want. And so everybody knows that he's like an idiot. So let's go and let's see what we can get out of him while the getting is good. So that's one of the reasons why I feel like she snuggled up to him, so that way she can get whatever it was that she wanted to get out of him and then move on to the next thing. So I'm gonna just sit up in here and publicly support him. And you could, like I said, you can do whatever the hell you want, but you got to realize there's consequences to the things that you do.
Further, there is speculation that she is seeking a presidential pardon for her husband, who was a registered sex offender and who pled guilty to manslaughter and served 7 years in prison. Or perhaps her brother, who is serving a sentence of 25 years to life in a New York State prison for predatory sexual assault against a child and child endangerment.
But also, I think Sonny needs to also address the fact that I don't think that the president of the United States can even interfere with those cases, because I do not believe. I think when it comes to pardons, they have to be federal. I don't think what Kenneth Petty did and Nicki's brother did are considered federal crimes. So he cannot intervene in that situation. So maybe she think in her mind that he can come in and give whatever. But presidents can't interfere with crimes that are not federal. Anyway, let's get back to I just had to put that out there.
So I would speculate that perhaps the reason that she has gone MAGA is for personal reasons.
Oh, dang. Well, that's all deeply disturbing. I don't care a ton about celebrities' politics in general, but I did a little dig into this. And apparently in 2012, she had a song where she says, quote, "I'm a Republican voting for Mitt Romney." It goes on. I can't say the rest of the words in it. So she may have already kind of identified to the right for some time. I think that oftentimes we paint with too broad of swaths about like everyone who's a celebrity, an actor, musician must all be Democrat. I think there's plenty of sneaky like MAGA folks that they just don't really put their head out and say a whole bunch. But my thing is this. I think there's this big conversation around like why have Republicans started courting more of these celebrities? It's really at times that like Democrats have lost some of them. So think of Joe Rogan, this conversation of how does the left find its own Joe Rogan? Joe Rogan was a lefty. He was a Bernie bro. And then he was courted over to the right. So like this does exist. People go to the other side.
Yeah, but one of the craziest things Nicki said was about Trump's 2020 election claims. And this is a direct quote. Obviously, I do not know about, whether he won, but I know that if he comes out and says it, that he's done his due diligence, and I know that he's not just making it up. She's a perfect Trump fan.
Listen, you know
It's
what?
all about her
People-
friend's cousin's testicles.
I want to know more about that one.
People have the right to vote for who they want to. That's fine.
Yeah.
But you have to just
Do your
you
research.
can't make it this easy to point out the reasons why you may have done it. This has not, all of these things has little to do with how his being is affecting all of us.
Yeah.
Okay? Because we're all in it together. It doesn't matter. It's white women, it's black women, it's Spanish women, it's white men, it's gay folks, it's all these people. So listen, he's hitting farmers, he's hitting everybody.
Yeah.
So Nicki, if you're okay that he is dismantling a lot of the
Everything.
reason you came to this country, then you do what you need to do.
Well, I mean, he dismantled whatever. So, at the end of the day, he don't give a shit what's affecting the other people. As long as she's getting what she wants out of the situation, she could give a damn. And the sooner y'all realize that, the better. Now, it's funny how they would sit up there and saying like, he tells the truth. I'm like, is this girl hot? I mean, she might be. But when has Trump been known to tell her? He lies as much as he breathes. And on top of that, when they keep talking about, y'all need a Joe Rogan of the left. No, we don't, because Joe Rogan's a fucking idiot too. I don't know if maybe all them steroids and shit or whatever it is that he taking probably the same mess that RFK Jr. is taking has gone and fucked up his brain cells. But Joe Rogan's a dummy too. I've heard him talk in a lot of what he says on his show, and he makes absolutely no sense. So if you want to talk about Joe Rogan of the left, like someone in a sense who encapsulates other people and informs in regards of like being a progressive and really having their finger on the pulse of the people and really getting them ignited, I would say like, I watch, what shows do I watch? Midas Touch, I watch them. Kyle Kalinske is another one that I watch daily. I watch Hassan Piker, who has got pretty much the corporate centrist Dems all freaked out and got a lot of these old, losers running around here in the Democratic Party trying to find ways to sabotage Hassan and talk about, oh, he's a danger to the people or whatever because he's not up in here cucked to those Israel talking points. So if you want to follow people if you want to call it the Joe Rogan of the left, those are your Joe Rogans of the left, the ones who are really out here telling you, unlike Joe Rogan, the truth on things that's going on and really questioning the things that's going on with this president. Even when Joe Rogan might try to make it seem like he's turning away from the party, he won't fully admit that, of what's going on over there, or won't fully remove himself from all the Trumpisms because he has Trump's personal phone number. He wants to be in close proximity with Donald Trump and RFK Jr. and JD Vance and hanging out with all these oligarch types. That's what he wants to do. So he's not going to pull himself too far away from the situation. So at the end of the day, I just want to say shout out to the ladies of The View for this video. And yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. I was like, now I gotta adjust my video. Okay, so yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. So what do you guys think of this story in regards to what Nicki Minaj had to say on her reason? Well, pretty much didn't really give a reason as to why she decided to align herself with Donald Trump. What it sounded, it was all surface level from what I got from it. Like I really feel like I really didn't learn a real legitimate reason. I always thought like if you align yourself with people, it's due to policy or whatever the case is. She's talking about because somebody swatted her fucking house. Like, really? Hire more security, bitch. So let me know what you guys think of this story. I mean, you got the coin, so you say. Um, so I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts on this story in the comments down below. All right, let's see what the people are saying. I was like, whatever. Oh yeah, I was like, whatever happened to Talia Kills? I think her career got ruined at some point. But Holy Water was cute. I wonder if that was a Natalia Kills track because she was a part of Interscope too, and Cherry Tree Records because I remember she was all up in that with her and Frank Music and a bunch of them was up in there. Who was the group that sang like a G6? They was all a part of that whole Interscope Cherry Tree situation, and then Natalia Kills got blacklisted. I think at one point. Allegedly, not for policies or the economy because the governor didn't answer her about swatting. The FBI and police helped with that. Exactly. She is an idiot. And to me, it's like if you're gonna really come out and be a Trumper, just all I'm saying is just own up to the reasons as to why y'all choose to vote wrong. I'm not saying that the other side don't have their issues, but they're not like it wouldn't. I do not feel like if we have a Democrat in office, it would not be as bad as things are now. But the way that they're handling it is actually pissing me off. Trumpers only care about things when they are personally affected. Absolutely, which makes her perfect for being a Republican. I was like, who's Melissa Lynn Lively and her banker boyfriend charged with assault in London, UK, if found guilty? Mind you, in the UK court trials, is you the teams and the judge, no jury. Oh, they don't have it like us out here? Natalia Kills goes by Cruel Youth now, but I always preferred her earlier material. I did like her last EP under her recent name. Well, maybe I have to listen to her. I never even knew that she was still out here making music. The South is very white. We did the right way by voting, but the Trump administration took it to court to get it struck down. Well, yeah, because the only way they can win anything is by lying, cheating, and stealing. She's blaming Jay-Z for her mental health issues and is going to blame him next going on medication. That's the next Kanye. Also, Obama cannot run again. It's 2 terms only. Someone lied and told her Jay-Z is after. Look, might be the dream. He said, I promise Jay don't think about her. There's people above him who actually blackballed her and her bad attitude ruined it. And it's another thing too, like take accountability for your shit. The problem people have with her is she's not a likable person. She's always been a see you next Tuesday behind the scenes. I've heard many of stories in regards to how she treats people. So if you're gonna be like that, you have to remember word gets around and at a certain point, and I do feel like, you know what, because Cardi is the total opposite of her, where she's willing to hustle and work and treats people with respect and everything in regards to the work and has a strong work ethic, that I do believe that in some ways that the industry definitely used Cardi to get back at Nicki. But also Cardi works her ass off and she's relatable and she's personable. So that's another reason why people like her. And she definitely did her big one on that tour of hers. He said, and her fans are still her. Absolutely. So I always say you get what you put, you get back what you put out in the universe. I know I saw the interview. That's why I talked about it earlier. Speaking of which, did y'all know Jason Lee did an episode of Ricky Lake? I gagged over that. That video is floating around. Apparently, he had 3 girls fighting over him. I'm like, child, y'all didn't know that was a full-on femme queen? But at the time, he was a butch queen with looking like Lil Fizz with his little perm, with his hair pulled back. But he got a half white mother, so he was gonna get that hair. He said the media constantly reporting about her going to the dark side plays right into the MAGA handbook. Word on the street is Nicki is well. I did hear that too. Bring Your Love is up 3 spots on Billboard Adult Top 40 Airplay, number 22. I Feel So Free at number 8. Oh yeah, Far East Movement. That's what it was. Like a G6. They was like a one-hit wonder. Dev still makes music. I like some of her recent songs. Oh yeah, I remember Dev. OMG. Look at me taking it back. Cherry Tree Records. Natalia, aka Teddy Sinclair, could have been great. She still has bops like Wonderland, Rabbit Hole, and Zombie. Oh no, I was definitely a big old Natalia Kills fan back in the day. Don't forget, Joe technically can't because of his association with MMA and the fights. MMA and UFC seem to replace WWE in terms of what men like because WWE is seen as so. Well, yeah, it might be too fake, but the trust and believe people live for WWE. We even have the what is it, Saturday night? What is it? WWE SmackDown thing we're doing that I think next month at the Garden. So WWE is still popping. We also do Monday Night Raw sometimes. They said not Lil Fizz. Lady Gaga was originally on Jerry Tree Records, and Akon's label, Convict. Akon abandoned her fast after Born This Way wasn't a huge hit. Did I hear some tea that he tried to make Jeffree Star the male Lady Gaga? I'm like, can he sing though? Can the Crypt Keeper sing? But that's because Gaga was way too big for a label that's independent and electronic artist. Yeah, she definitely surpassed him in that whole thing. Like she was one of those small underground girls, I guess, in the aesthetic of being on a small label, and that progressed to Cherry Cherry Boom Boom. hmm Remember, Perez Hilton put out a song. He did a version of Amanda Lepore's "My Pussy" for my penis. That was funny. Um, Space Cowboy. Whatever, or whatever happened to Kobe O'Donnell's bitch? Remember him? He came and went. But yeah, a lot of them disappeared around that time. Those are all under Red One. It might be a radio hit, which I think Warner is fine with. Okay. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the show. Where we going? Oh, let's talk about Michael Jackson. So Michael Jackson's nephew Taj basically addressed a sensitive subject pertaining to his family because the movie came out, Michael came out. I don't know when it's about to come out on what is it? Prime Video, because that's when they do the live stuff. Or the Project Hail Mary is already out there. Um, what is the movie with Dacre Montgomery? That's already available to watch at home. I'll tell you, these movies come out so damn quick with the horror movie that he's in. That was based on, a movie they made back in the day. Anyway, so yeah, these movies have been coming out relatively quickly and stuff. So it's like, what's the point of going to the movies? I definitely do want to see that film though. But anyway, so Taj is speaking out on the situation because somebody went and asked the question as to why the other siblings weren't as famous as Michael was. Because well, for those who don't know, Taj is the son of the late Tito Jackson, because Tito passed away. I think he had cancer. So they asked him. So yeah, so he went and I was trying to see what he. I don't remember where he spoke. Oh, it was on Twitter. So he said, I'll answer this since this is a very sensitive subject to me. Imagine since you were a teenager being told by everyone that you are worthless without your younger brother and you should thank him for everything you have. Well, according to the movie, isn't that what Joe Jackson said to Michael? Even though we all looking at his ugly ass, big nose ass and like, sir, if it wasn't for Michael, you wouldn't have the shit you got. So you sit up there telling Michael, if it wasn't for, me getting you to do what you're doing and all your brothers and this, that, and the other, you wouldn't have what you have. I guess maybe that was the manipulation tactic that he was using so that way he can get him to do the victory tour and always be emboldened to be loyal to the Jackson 5 and making money with that until Michael, according to the movie, the fantasy land of the film, that he decided to put his big boy drawers on and was like, this is the final tour that I'm doing with my brothers. I'm gonna go solo and do my own thing, and nobody's gonna jump in and tell me that I gotta constantly be cut to the whole situation. But it seemed like after all of that, the family's been eating good. They all living up in love in the life of luxury. They all living in mansions. None of them seem like they're homeless or struggling. So the Jackson legacy has been able to benefit all of the Jacksons and the Jackson, as in, the next generations that are going down. At one point, didn't they have a reality show called Jackson the Next Generation? Child, that shit came and went like a wet fart. Nobody seemed to have cared. But anyway, let's get back into the story. So he said that's exactly what my dad had to deal with his whole life. He told me that personally on multiple occasions. What do you think that does to your self-esteem and life? Now, Tyler's father, Tito, was the third eldest son of the famous Jackson children and the catalyst for the forming of the prolific Jackson 5 group. Their father, Joe Jackson, found Tito playing guitar one day and realized his talent. Soon the family band was formed and rose to major fame in the 60s and 70s. Tito played guitar, assisted on synthesizers, and provided backing vocals on iconic songs like I Want You Back, ABC, and I'll Be There. The iconic family band was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1997. Tito later launched his solo career in 2003 and has earned 3 Grammy Award nominations. He died in 2024 at the age of 70. Now, following the death of his father, Tar shared an emotional Facebook post saying he was not okay, saying, I don't know if I ever will be. My dad and I share the same name, Tariano Ad. Why does it sound like your name is Adderall? It said Adderall, AdarYll. Child, they named you after them drugs your uncle allegedly took, as in Michael. Adderall seems to be a lot of the celebrities' drug of choice, allegedly. But anyway, so he said his name was Tariano Adderall Jackson, and people often call me his twin. He was the man I've looked up to my entire life, my father, my hero. Now, Taj, who took after his father's musical inclinations by forming the band 3T with brothers TJ and Terrell. And TJ, remember, he was the one that took Kim Kardashian virginity. Isn't that what they said? So it wasn't Ray J and his hook penis. She probably was that pussy was scratched already by the time that Ray J got to it. So it said he shared admiration for Tito's genuine humbleness and humility. And they said for all the legendary things he accomplished with his brothers, you'd never know it just by talking to him. Besides performing on stage, my dad loved to coach baseball, fish, and work on vintage cars. Everyone loved Tito. And in a way, it brings me comfort to know the world also shares in his sorrow and pain. It's a reminder of how great a loss we've all suffered. So he actually came out and spoke about this. And at least this is the most we got of understanding than that mess we got over there with the reality show. Because I don't feel like not the reality show, the Michael movie. Because like Paris Jackson said, there's a certain sector of the fandom that's going to eat this movie up because it serves its purpose for those hardcore fans. If you really want them to go about it deeper than a pond, you're not going to get this with this movie. So it's good to hear that somebody who is inside the silo is letting us know, like, yeah, the reason why the other brothers didn't excel is because their mental health was preyed upon, or their self-esteem was preyed upon by Joe Jackson's verbal abuse. So that's where all that came from. So it's unfortunate that's how it all went down in that whole situation. So, and in other news, I came across this story regarding Rob Shutter over there on his Substack was talking about Janet Jackson. So let me pull this up, and we're going to read this as a class. So yeah, they were talking about that she still hasn't seen the movie, speaking of the Michael movie. So Janet Jackson has still not watched the finished version of the Michael biopic, and insiders say this is definitely intentional. Sources tell Naughty But Nice that Janet did attend a private early screening of a rough cut of the film months ago, but walked away deeply unhappy with what she saw. Since then, she has refused to revisit the project, declined all participation, and is not making any money from the movie. Well, look, Janet got her own coin. She don't need that money. The rest of them Jacksons do. Janet saw an unfinished version and hated it. She thought parts of it felt inaccurate, overly sanitized, and emotionally manipulative. But it kind of feels like the same movie I saw, what she's talking about. Now, according to sources close to the family, tensions escalated after Janet voiced strong criticism about the portrayal of the Jackson family and some of the performances, saying there were heated conversations behind the scenes. Janet was especially upset about how certain family dynamics were presented. She made it clear she wanted distance from the entire thing. Unlike several of her siblings, Janet refused to refused to allow her likeness to be used in the movie, meaning she does not appear as a character at all in the final film. Director Antoine Fuqua has publicly acknowledged that Janet chose not to participate, though insiders insist she remains supportive of her nephew Jafar Jackson, who stars as Michael. Her issue was never Jafar; her issue was the movie itself. Well, why would she throw shade at her nephew? I don't think she would have any beef with him. He just there to do the job that they're paying him to do and do it justice. But if she got issues with the movie, she has every right to have those issues because everybody else is just going to go along and get along because they so happy to get an honorable mention in a movie. But child, y'all were bona fide cameos. Y'all barely even had lines or even stuff to do. And that's enough. Now, friends also say that Janet had no interest in reopening decades of emotional wounds connected to Michael's complicated life and legacy, saying she spent years protecting her peace. Janet simply did not want to become part of another Jackson family media storm. And look, when it comes down to the time of if she wants to go and make a movie based on her life, which I hope we do get down the road one of these days, then that's what she'll do. But in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? What do you think of what Taj had to say in regards of the whole family situation? And I have to say, I would have really loved to have seen that play out in this movie. The dynamic of Joe going in on the other brothers and making them feel like y'all ain't shit because you need to be glad that you got what you got because of Michael and his talent and he's very special, whatever. And play up that whole manipulative game. Y'all definitely made it a point to make Joe Jackson the villain of the movie. But y'all only wanted to focus on like he was only going at Michael. He did it to all of them up in that house where he verbally abused them in the corner, some sexually. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know allegedly. Now let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. It's like when you think about it, Nicki and Trump, a similar crazy fan base that believe anything associated with predator behavior. Yeah, and that's another thing too. Like she got a PDF file of a husband. I mean, a rapist of a husband, a PDF file for a brother. Allegedly, she was essayed or molested, and now you aligning yourself with a convicted felon and a pedophile. Why am I not surprised that this would be the direction that she would take in regards of her stance on all this other stuff. You talking about Tate McRae and Kobe O'Donnell's? What you talking about that thing? Oh, not you said, oh, so you think he transitioned? And you said Queen Herbie is technically Carmen. Well, yeah, I do love me some Queen Herbie. Her career never really took off the way it should have. This thing, she got rap. Clock the fact that Queen Herbie is the same girl that's saying, "Don't you leave me broken hearted." I like the movie, but they could have went deeper on who Michael was. And that's what I wanted. It was like everything that you gave us in the movie, it felt like we already knew this stuff, but I definitely wanted a deeper look into who Michael was. What was his creative process in regards of like how he made music and what was his motivation and um me trying to carve out my own identity and get away from the abuse that I was dealing with at the hands of my father and how I felt lonely and how I had no childhood and all those things. I would have really loved them play that up instead of y'all just giving us um a montage of things that were happening without y'all actually focusing on things that was happening and then just throwing the music in and recreating the music video of Thriller and the concert. I'm like, if I want to see this shit, I can go on YouTube and watch this. Adderall seems to be these quiet as it's kept. That's who I was actually. That's who popped up in my head when I said that. Where he was like, Adderall seems to be these celebrities' drug of choice because she loved flying over to Mexico to get her fix of Adderall. Allegedly. Hey, offensive thoughts is in the building, watching you and having random thoughts. Not me thinking that Miranda Priestley is who Regina George will become in the future. That's actually quite accurate. And you said they should do a Miranda Priestley prequel, yeah, and have Rachel McAdams play her. Madonna's on the top 50 most listened artists on Spotify. She's number 49 and over 55 million listeners. It keeps climbing, as they should. This should bring, the new music should bring attention. Love You Too, Fueler. I would say it makes sense. In most music groups, the lead singer has the most successful solo career, if one at all. So whoever asks why they weren't as successful as Michael isn't paying attention to history. That's true. The lead singer always has the bigger career because people were paying attention to the singer. Nobody's paying attention to the background performers. Mike Johnson freaked out on Fox News over mini Mondani's spreading. Oh yeah, that's what I said. Look, I said from the beginning, I don't mind if New York City is going to be the guinea pig in regards to us having a democratic socialist come in and make changes. Rich people are freaking out in New York. Zoram balanced the budget in 4 months without having to charge us, having the money come out of our pocket. Because we were like, I think what he said, like was it 12 million or billion? 12 billion we was in, it was over the budget, whatever. He had to balance it, and he figured out a way to do it without us having to pay the price. And people still come up in here making up their own little numbers, whatever the case was. It'd have been nice if Eric Adams was out here doing his shit, but no, he was busy hanging out with French Montana and and Wu-Tang and smoking hookah in the back of a club. That's what he was doing through his whole damn terrain, and that's why his ass didn't get elected. And LaToya, allegedly. At this point, Donald and many others are not human. And then he went to China, and Xi Jinping basically embarrassed his ass. You see how he gave him those rose seeds? He said he loved the rose garden so much. Let me give him some rose seeds. Well, where the motherfucker gonna plant them? Because he done fucked and gutted up I was gonna say fucked up. He done fucked up and gutted the rose garden. So when you posted it, I said that's some ultimate shade. And his mind's so damn bad he didn't even realize he just got red. And you literally got sent on a plane back to America without any kind of deal in place. Although he had every CEO from like Citicorp and all these other places on the plane with him trying to make deals over there in China. Of course, the media is not going to tell y'all that. He said, to be honest, if Janet and everybody else was in the movie, then wouldn't need a villain from Joe because they have so much to work with. Joe had his whole family hate their noses. Well, yeah, he definitely had that. He said it was Michael said it was for his sinuses. Then he went and told the surgeon, "Oh, I need a new look." Child, then change your hairstyle. You don't change your nose. I would like a tell-all documentary about the screwed up family dynamic. Yeah, we won't get it because, the Jacksons all about perceived perfection. They want to show themselves in a certain light, so you're not going to get that. Jim Carrey is no longer, oh yeah, child, whatever happened to his face? It's like, You know who they said done fucked up their face too? Ludi Lin, who plays Liu Kang in the new Mortal Kombat. They was like his face looked completely different than when he was in Power Rangers. Now they look at him like, who this man? Because yeah, he definitely given like, did you look smack yourself? You know how like cardiovascular went and took a hammer to his face to give him a jaw, or they said that he kind of looking similar to Zac Efron with the whole restructuring of his face. Zach saying, "Oh, I fell and I split my chin open on a glass or whatever the case." But I'm like, "Child, you decided to fuck up your face. Y'all out here looking like them botch victims from Escape from L.A." Caught the hint in the movie when Joe told Michael, "People won't understand or protect you like me." Michael trusts too many people. It cost him. Yeah, not only that, and then he was just horrible with his spending too. Hollywood is a strange place, in my opinion. Keep singers and dancers and rappers out of politics. Well, I don't know if I agree with that because singers, dancers, well, I don't necessarily about dancers. I guess when in the type of piece that they do, it's political. But rappers, like a lot of what I grew up in, especially coming up in New York, hip hop has always kind of had like those political leanings, especially if you listen to artists in like the '90s, where we had like Diggable Planets, we had damn, who's saying everyday people, that's a sample, but y'all know the rappers that came from that. They was doing all political stuff. Wu-Tang was doing political stuff. Public Enemy, they thrived on political stuff. So um the politics of even Jay-Z, if you listen to a lot of stuff when he was coming up in the projects and everything, his stuff had politics in it. Nas was somebody who had politics in his music. So politics have always existed in music. When you listen to artists like the Rolling Stones and Bruce Springsteen and the Beatles and so many other people, so many artists, they've always had politics in their music. Madonna incorporates politics in her music. So politics have always existed in music. It goes hand in hand. Remember when Dwayne Johnson or Oprah asked people, child, don't even get me started on that bullshit. Well, and while there was a whole mudslide situation happening at in Hawaii, and I'm not talking about, somebody giving shitty kitty when they getting bread from the back. I'm talking about a literal mudslide down in Hawaii. And they out here asking for money. Bitch, you got enough money. But try to build something around your house so that way it don't burn. Got the unlitigated gall to ask people to help your house. Fuck out of here. I don't know if he on the Ozempic. Ask a regular ass folk to give money. Meanwhile, they could have bought a whole island. Exactly. And Oprah is a billionaire. Use your own damn money. But the problem with these rich folks, they don't want to use their own money. They want us to use our money for them. I don't like when Billy I-Ass told me to stop eating meat. I was like, girl, you need to worry about getting some support on them titties. Don't sit up in here and tell me that I can't eat no damn meat. I'm going to keep eating chicken and beef and ribs and fish. I wanted to make salmon this morning, but I did not feel like, because I took out meat way early this morning. Like I woke up at like 7:30 and I was like, I want to take out meat. I was in the mood for some salmon. But it was buried so deep in the bottom of my deep freezer. I was like, I do not feel like taking all this shit out to try to get the salmon. So I just grabbed the first thing that I saw, and that was ground beef. So I made me some Swedish meatballs to go with my rice that I had already in the refrigerator, and stuck with that. He said Joe barely talked to any other brothers in the movie. Weird. He could look. That's why I said it was like. But then what irritates me is that when you say that, there were people in the comments that was talking about. Well, the movie's about Michael Jackson. We're supposed to be focused on Michael Jackson. Well, it wasn't just Michael fucking Jackson. I mean, Michael didn't start as a solo artist at 6. He was a part of a band. It was a part of a group, Jackson 5. So if you're going to have the other 4 brothers in there with Michael, we could maneuver and talk with them and involve them as well. And then I know some people, well, you got Jackson, the American Dream. Okay, then we didn't need this movie then. This movie was clearly a way for them to use the Michael brand to reignite Michael's Spotify sales or to get them numbers and them streams up on Apple Music. So if we're going to talk, let's talk. That about the reason for it. It was the business aspect. So we're not going to sit up here and just try to act like, well, it was this, it was that. I said, no. Now you're trying to just pull shit out your ass to justify the bullshit of it all. I see through it. Yes, shitty kitty. He said Billy posted slaughterhouse videos to make. Well, I didn't even watch it. I mean, I heard about it. I was like, girl, I'm not sitting there watching no damn slaughterhouse. If I want to watch a slaughterhouse video, I put on the old Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I don't need to see no real life slaughterhouse video. It was also Jackson 5, so we need to have all that. Exactly. And if y'all spent half the movie talking about the Jackson 5 and showing them, then they should have incorporated more of that. I wanted to see the dynamic of like Jermaine, especially being jealous of Michael's success. Speaking of which, I heard Jermaine got sued and he got to pay money for an alleged SA that he did. The estate is that's who's getting off of Michael's songs. Oh yeah, that's what he said. It says Sony and the estate. The estate is, John Branco, who was Michael's manager. He, there was that whole thing with Paris Jackson. She got her little money out of the situation. Wait, hold on. Let me look at the whole thing. Jermaine Jackson sued because I remember there was a story that I saw. Oh yeah, so it came out 6 hours ago. It says Jermaine Jackson ordered to pay 6.5 million after woman alleged he forced his way into her home and raped her in 1988. So he got to pay more than 6.5 million. Well, I guess he can use some of that Jackson movie money to a woman who. So Jafar, your daddy is a rapist, allegedly. A woman who accused him of rape and SA after he failed to respond to her lawsuit over an alleged 1988 incident, according to a default judgment filed Thursday, May 14th in Los Angeles County Superior Court or obtained by people. A former Jackson 5 member must pay the damages and other costs to Rita Butler Barrett. In the complaint filed in December 2023, Barrett alleged that Jackson, now 71, violently SA'd her after allegedly showing up uninvited to her home in or around the spring of 88 and forcing his way. Look, y'all gonna talk about this. This happened right around the time that they capped off the first part of the movie, 1988. Why you ain't bring up that rape situation with Jermaine? Because it's about Michael. It's not about Jermaine. So, according to the complaint, which was viewed by People, Barrett said that she knew Jackson through her husband, Ben Barrett, who worked closely with Berry Gordy, the founder of Motown Records. She alleged that Gordy had a business and or management relationship with Jackson at the time of the alleged assault. Oh, so was that the whole thing where it came from, where they said that then that one little line in the movie that Joe was like, oh, he chose to stay over there with them after we done parted ways and left, so he's on his own. Remember he said that when they were trying to bring them all together and do the victory tour? So was that around the time when all of that went down? Now they said during the assault, plaintiff, a woman of faith, oh Lord, prayed to God for help. But he was like, nah, bitch, you're just going to take it. Now, during the assault, plaintiff feared for her life. Now, Barrett claimed she responded in reported the alleged assault to Gordy the following day and accused him and others of the business of concealing it to protect Jackson's image and preserve profits tied to his career. She also alleged that there was a broader cover-up aimed at suppressing the alleged incident for the purpose of profit and preservation of reputation. The complaint stated that Barrett suffered severe emotional, physical, and psychological injury, including humiliation, shame, guilt, economic loss, economic capacity, and permanent emotional distress following the assault allegedly involving Jackson. Now, the complaint says Barrett is a survivor of SA, sexual battery, sexual assault, harassment, and rape at the hands of Jackson. The news comes just weeks after Jackson appeared alongside his son, Jafar, at the LA premiere of Michael, the biopic in which Jafar plays the lead singer. So there's that. I just want to get y'all up there because I was like, yeah, we was up in here just talking about um we were talking about the Jacksons. So I was like, yeah, I remember that story. But anyway, let's see. I think we got a couple more comments and then we'll get right back into the show. Who doesn't need a state? I mean, I know John Branca and the other guy, I forgot his name, is like in charge of the state or whatever. But I'm wondering if it has to do with, I think Catherine Jackson, the kids. I have to look deep into that. Who owns the estate? The shitty kitty is Gail. Okay. Well, she is a shitty person. Her and oh, don't even get me started on Oprah. Wait, hold on. He said Michael was worth a lot of money. So who owns the estate? Well, Michael was also $500 million in debt when he died. They said, I don't like Drake releasing that mid album with Michael's glove. Oh, that was his cover. That was the album cover. I was sitting there wondering, I'm like, who is this? I thought it was some MAGA type shit. I didn't know it was Drake. I'm like, boy, you wish you was as impactful as Michael. Paris will probably be on the shit list of the estate, especially since she's trying to get John Branca off after basically the comments of humiliating her and sending his fans after. And funny enough, John Branca got a big old role in the movie. He's played by I don't know, what's his name? I see his face in my head, but I forgot the damn boy name. Now I gotta look it up. I don't know why I'm thinking. Why am I thinking Dylan? Why is Dylan O'Brien's head in my face? In my head of me saying, but that's not who it is. Miles Teller. Why was it a struggle to remember Miles Teller's damn name? Sometimes when you start having these damn brain farts. Anyway, hold on. No, Aaliyah, Marilyn, MJ, these rare talents, and people were after them. I stand by that. They won't let these people rest. Well, some people want an Aaliyah movie. Billy was technically posting gore. I was like, look, if you want to do a real like one of those real life gore movies in your house, or you do that in your own time, sis. Basically, her father's fans sent by John for death threat. Well, I was like, they're trying to out here literally trying to kill this girl. Thank you, Miles Teller. Always like Miles Teller. Anyway, and let's get back into the show, y'all. And let's talk about Britney Spears. So speaking of people out here who, they won't just leave alone. Um, it looked like they was out here trying to make shit up, especially them over there at the Daily Mail. We'll get into their ass in a second. That tired ass tabloid. But apparently, Britney was at a restaurant recently, and you had people up in there, including Jeff Snyder, who is someone who is like Daniel RPK in a lot of ways, where he'll get a scoop of what's going on in the industry when it comes to movie news or whatever the case is. He has his own little Substack. I think he was working at a legitimate thing, but then they kind of tossed his ass aside. And so he was up in here tweeting a whole bunch of stuff. I thought about bringing up his tweets, but I was like, I didn't feel like bringing it up. But yeah, he was a series of tweets that was saying like, I guess he was there or whatever the case was, and he was about, yeah, I'm gonna do a whole Substack on it to reveal what had happened. Sir, I'm not going and paying to get behind a paywall to find out the tea. It's the same thing I feel about the Daily Mail. If y'all not going to sit up in here and really let us know what the tea is, because a bunch of bullshit and a bunch of nothing, it's a goddamn nothing burger. I'm not spending money on trying to read your little, get behind your paywall to hear what you got to say. I'll look at other bloggers who willing to be stupid enough to put that money up, hear what they got to say, and I'll just regurgitate in my own way what they said word for word. Now, that was me doing Oda Mae Brown. That was my Oda Mae Brown, like, Molly, you and I got to say it in my own way because he want me to say it for you word for word. Molly, you in danger, girl. Like, I was that was my Molly, you in danger, girl moment. But anyway, let's get serious. Because I'm like wilding out on this Friday. But anyway, let me stop acting a fool. So yeah, but then there was this other thing where I do have footage of Britney where she went to the liquor store and they was out here saying, oh, she out here buying liquor and all this other stuff. She just came out of rehab and she's starting on her other mess. So Britney Spears' rep has addressed reports that the singer was erratic and walking around with a knife during a night out at a dinner recently, claiming the purported events were being completely blown out of proportion. Britney was enjoying a quiet dinner with her assistant and bodyguard, the spokesperson said in a statement provided by Rolling Stone on Thursday. She was simply telling the story about how her dog was barking at the neighbors. At no point did she put anyone in danger with a knife. Because they said she was walking around the restaurant with a knife. At one point, she went by the exit and lit up a cigarette. They also said that she was at the table barking and she ordered burger and fries. She started nibbling at the fries, whatever. So she really didn't eat. I think they said that she was out with her bodyguard and I think her manager or something or another. I can't remember exactly who. They said assistant and bodyguard. I'm like, duh. They literally just said the thing. So She was there with her sister and her bodyguard, and they were trying to say, oh, she was barking and all this other stuff. But you also know, like, if Britney's gonna go out in public, any little thing you're doing, even if I'm just sitting there kikiing with my friends, with so and so, she was over there barking, and she was doing, so was she barking like the girl up in fucking Coming to America? Bark like a dog. Was she doing all that shit in the damn movie? I mean, in the restaurant? And if she was, she's sitting there having a good old time with her people. And y'all wonder why she don't never leave the damn house. Because any little thing she do, y'all gonna say, oh, she wilding, she on something, she bugging out, and put her back in the conservator shit, put her in the mental institute 5150. Like, you're always trying to do that with this girl. She's out just having a good old time. She ain't harming nobody. And look, was anybody, and now I'm starting to sound like these damn Britney fans. Did she stab somebody with the knife? If you wasn't stabbed with it, then why you mad though? Why you mad though? In the words of my girl Morgan McMichaels. So the denial comes on the heels of entertainment journalist Jeff Snyder. Oh yeah, this is the tea that I'm gonna tell y'all. On, not that I was calling him Jeffrey Snyder though. Jeff Snyder sharing on Twitter on Wednesday evening that he had done, and funny enough, I'm gonna have to watch the hot mic because he did drop a hot mic episode tonight with John Roca, and because I'm doing the show now, I don't know if they addressed it over there on their show. So I'm gonna check in and I'm gonna let y'all know if, when another Britney story surfaces, and I'll bring y'all back the tea when the next time we do a show. So yeah, he shared on his Twitter on Wednesday evening that he had dinner next to Spears, remarking that it was a wild experience. After Spears left the Sherman Oaks restaurant with her group in tow, Snyder said everyone at the restaurant turned and started talking about it. An insane dining experience. One diner feared for her life. This is not a joke. Now, by Thursday morning, TMZ claimed it had the full details, of course, because probably Jeff went and wasted no time. Because, Bill's got to get paid out in LA. So, yeah, he can do the whole paywall in Snyder thing where y'all can get the true tea beyond little tweets here and there and people and him answering questions back and forth of the Britney fans going in and letting have on his ass on Twitter, which they did do. He probably went and called up TMZ, and TMZ be paying for their stories. So get a little get a little check. Bills is paid for the next couple of months. So by Thursday morning, TMZ claimed it had a full detail of what occurred, reporting that over a simple meal of hamburger and fries, Spears raised her voice, screamed, and barked. At one point, Spears allegedly walked around the restaurant while holding a knife and tried to light up a cigarette near the front door. They even had a picture of a crumpled up receipt that I saw on the website as well. I think it was what was it? I think it was page 6 that did the story. And also, if you go on my website, krisavalon.com, it's there as well. All the photos, all that stuff. So now Spears' reps denied any suggestion that she was acting dangerously. This constant attack on everything that she does, and this is exactly what happened 20 years ago when the media tried to depict Britney as a bad person. They added, "This is ridiculous and it needs to stop now." Now, last month, Spears pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor charge of wet reckless after she was arrested in March on a suspected DUI charge. And, she ended up getting 12-month probation, regular meetings with a psychologist and a psychiatrist, as well as completing a 3-month DUI class. So I hope this is not a way that y'all run around here trying to get this girl back into a conservatorship or whatever the case is. I actually also hope that she's not out here doing anything that could be seen as remotely dangerous that could hurt other, and be a danger to herself and others. But then there was this other thing that came out where the Daily Mail reported basically a nothing burger of a story where she was spotted shopping at a liquor store with a friend before allegedly causing a stir at a Los Angeles restaurant Wednesday night. So apparently Daily Mail ended up getting surveillance footage of Britney at this liquor store where she was shopping with someone, and they said that this was before this situation happened because I think they said Wednesday night, so she probably went to the liquor store before, then went out afterwards, or it could have happened after the fact. So who knows when this whole time frame of, because they keep saying that it was before she allegedly caused a scene. So who knows? Maybe they stopped at the liquor store. The bodyguard went and got him something to drink. And maybe she had a little sippy sip before they walked them in the situation. Who knows? But if they don't have it on her receipt that she was drinking alcohol, they just said she had a burger and fries. But I do have the footage. So hold on. Let's go over to the gram, and we're gonna come back and we're gonna talk. Wait, I gotta also make sure I mute this. So yeah, there she is twirling like she probably thought she was in a house. She was twirling at one point. Went into the thing. She didn't get anything. He goes to the counter. She's walking around the liquor aisle, probably trying to debate whether or not she should get a bottle or not. And she's looking at her pocketbook. I think she did pick up some gum. That weave looks a mess, though. And then she's there with the assistant. But I also don't understand why they selling security video. And to me, it don't seem like that. They said that she bought twisted tea and some candy gummies. Well, the candy gummies was for her. He's the one that pulled out the twisted tea, and he's the one that paid for the twisted tea. And I guess they were trying to show the twisted tea was in between and while he's driving. So look, at least she's not driving. I don't know if she's been told that she can't drink or whatever. But to me, it's just like, okay, so y'all selling footage. Oh yeah, this is the whole thing where Jeff Snyder said, they said, meanwhile, a friend lost his mother, and I saw one guy on Facebook leave a comment under the announcement telling him he's a piece of shit for not responding to his job query. Wild behavior out there these days. Today, I've had Britney fans find my Instagram and tell me they're glad my family dog died because I dare discuss a wild interaction with their queen, as if they wouldn't do the same thing. I didn't expect to start a war here, just relayed my very credible version of events. And, Jeff Snyder is somebody that's literally his career. What he does is he gets scoops, but it's not more or less on the tabloidy type side of it. It's he get scoops on what's going on in Hollywood. So if he gets some casting news, like I think he was the one that actually broke that Scarlett Johansson, who she was playing Gilda Dent. He broke that story. And so he comes out and gets a lot of inside tea on what he's heard about certain people and who's being cast as what. So that's more or less his bread and butter. It just so happened he was in the same restaurant with Britney, and she carrying. I will say on one hand, you are allowed to tell your side of the story. So if I was there and I bear witness to some mess that was going on with Britney, you don't think I'm gonna run up on here and tell y'all? And I wish her damn fans would try to come for me. I cuss y'all asses out in a second. Y'all seem to forget. I'm a hardcore New Yorker. We got thick skin over here. So you think of your little reads online that's supposed to scare me? Bitch, pull up. Because we can fight. We can take it to the streets. And I won't hear nothing about no damn lawsuit. So it's like, you come up in my face, be aware of the wrath of the repercussions of the shit you try to do. So play if you want. But on the other hand, I feel like the footage that we got from Daily Mail, unless y'all got footage of her buying the liquor, because that's where twisted tea, that shit is nasty, by the way. That's like drinking Four Loko. If y'all didn't see her put the stuff to her mouth and drink it, then why are we sitting up in here talking about it? Now, who knows? Maybe the bodyguard, because there are people who are enablers, and when you on the payroll, he probably did buy that for her, paid for it, and when they got to driving in the streets, she took a couple of sips. So she probably was out there drinking. But if according to the reports, I believe she has to take, I don't know if she has to get tested for alcohol, whatever the case is. I don't know if that's a risk you want to take, where you want to be out here still doing a little drugs and things of that nature, because you do have to get tested for that. And if you violate your probation that you're on, sis, you're going to jail. And y'all talking about she can't handle prison. Well, she need to get her addictions in order if this is what allegedly is going on. Because if you can't get it together, sis, you're going to be in the clink clink. And I don't know if you want to deal with that, because you don't want some old big bulldagger, 300-pound bulldagger named Tiny as your roommate. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Britney and the fact of her erratic alleged behavior at this at a restaurant where Jeff Snyder spilled his tea, and also the whole her going shopping in a liquor store with her bodyguard and her assistant, and then basically trying to make it seem like she was acting erratic in there when according to the footage, it just looked like she was just walking around while she was with her assistant and the bodyguard while they were shopping for whatever it was they need. She got a little candy. He got his four loco, well not four loco, his twisted tea, and they went about their business. So I definitely want to hear from y'all in regards to this matter. Let me know what your overall thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. He said, "Ooh, where am I at?" He said, Drake is slick. It's MJ's glove with him throwing his supposed six guard sign, but it's also a white power sign. That's why the White House and MAGA posted it. Oh, yeah, because Drake only want to be black when it's convenient. And I don't understand why Canadians out here using the N-word. First of all, that word is not culturally significant with y'all. So you need to stop using that word because you're from Canada, you're not American. And nigga is significant with us, not y'all over there. Because at the end of the day, like someone said, you're not like us. And people were saying that you so damn pressed over Kendrick Lamar because you was trying to spread all them reads throughout all them albums that it caused your creativity to suffer. So Kendrick still got you out here shook. Like you said, Crystal Vanity is basically saying, yes, she used to be famous, but leave Britney alone. Treat her like us. That's all she wants. Well, she's not like us. You can't treat someone who is famous like us. She's not a regular girl. I mean, you could say she's not a girl, not yet a woman, but she's not like us. She's a celebrity. So if that's what you want to do, sis, by all means, you do that. Okay. You said we need to let people know why RuPaul was vague, because like you even said, don't sell your show to Viacom because you lost it after that sale. If RuPaul was to have Drag Race canceled, yeah, that's what I said. The reason why RuPaul was saying that a bunch of nothing is because the Ellisons are running Paramount. Drag Race is already getting a budget cut over there in regards to like their red carpets and this, that, and the other. I started noticing that when I did the season 11 premiere. It was a drastic shift in like how y'all did that whole red carpet thing. And don't even get me started on All Stars because they were saying like All Stars, they didn't even get a red carpet. Yeah, they got a little thing where you can take your pictures or whatever. But it wasn't like the normal step and repeat, which is like me. Like when I went, we had all the media, we had Variety, we had them. We had all these different people that was there. Who else? My friends, Associated Press, because I got to. I was busy one time. I was having a conversation with the cameraman to the point that he forgot to set his stuff up, and the girl started coming. Like, "Ooh, look," because we got deep in the whole conversation. So, when it comes down to these sort of things, it's just like the drastic change that happened between season 17 and season 18's red carpet and the setup and where we was at. Like it was so much bigger when we did season 17 versus season 18 where they downsized almost and it felt so claustrophobic. And then All Stars 11, they basically were just like they gave them like a little cocktail party. That's what it was. Physically, that's Britney Spears, but mentally, okay. That's what I said. Mentally, she gone. Her mind bad, and that's why all them years of the torture and stuff they put her through with that conservatorship. Did you see that one of her sons went to a Dior parade fashion show? It's too late to become a nepo baby influencer. Well, yeah, you should have been on that in the beginning, but now all of a sudden, because the well done run dry over there with Kevin Federline, now all of a sudden you want to be, on your mother and them. It's like, yeah, you should have been trying to do the influencer thing back when you was 10. She never really, she was never crazy, just had a breakdown. She just needed a retreat or rehab, not a conservatorship. That isolation, control, and medication made her crazy. She said she had apple juice in her Word is Drake put out 3 albums because that was the remaining. Well, it probably is. Now, I guess, who knows? Maybe he can go independent. So he's like, I'm going to just give y'all a bunch of half-ass shit that I had made and put 3 albums out. So now I can be officially done with UMG. And then I guess move on. But at his big age, I mean, would he want to sign to another label, or do you want to just go independent and do a distribution deal? Because at his point, you could just you could use your money to hire the best producers and the best writers to help you out with your stuff and do that. And then just get a distribution deal. Because what you gonna do? You could just gonna get on stage and be by yourself and rapping. You don't need all the bells and whistles. All right. So we are finally down to our final 4 topics. So before we get to our final 4, if you could please do me a solid and hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Kris Avalon Unfiltered. We also have super chats. We have super stickers. You can hype the channel. You can do all the things. You can share it with the group, share it with your friends, share it with your loved ones. But I would gladly appreciate it if you just hit that like and subscribe and smash the notifications so that way, well, hit the like button. It definitely helps with the algorithm. So without further ado, let's get into our next topic. And let's get into some reality TV news. So remember a while ago, I think maybe it was like maybe even like a week or 2 ago, we talked about there was a rumored reality show with Kenya Moore, Kim Zolciak, and Tamar Braxton in the works. And I think also 2 of the Chrisleys. We're going to be doing a show together on Amazon. Well, it looks like that it has become a reality because, Amazon did their upfronts. A lot of people have been doing their upfronts, I will say, as of late. So with that being said, now we have a list of the women who are going to be on this show. And even though I'm kind of over the whole girls trip, Bravo type style of reality TV, this one definitely sounds relatively interesting that I would want to even check it out. So, Amazon Prime Video has greenlit Reality Retreat. That's the working title, I should say, by the way. A new series that stars major characters from other reality TV franchises as they attend a high stakes wellness retreat designed to challenge their identities, relationships, and personal growth. It's funny how they got Tamar in this shit because they tried to do the whole retreat with her on the Braxton Value show and it didn't work. So we'll see. It'll be interesting to see if it works in this context or she just need a check. So now the cast includes Real Housewives alumni Kenya Moore Margaret Josephs, and Kim Zolciak. Oh, Kim definitely needs it. Kim don't need a retreat. She need an exorcism. Her vagina need an exorcism. That's what it really need. Now, former Selling Sunset star Christine Quinn, Brittany Cartwright from Vanderpump. Wait, ain't that Jack's baby mama? And who else? Oh, yeah, Brittany Cartwright from Vanderpump Rules and The Valley. Tamar Braxton, the singer-songwriter also known for Braxton Family Values and other shows. Former Bachelorette stars Caitlin Bristow and Jen Tran. Mother and daughter Julie and Savannah Chrisley from Chrisley Knows Best. And a spinoff, maybe she'll go to a retreat and realize that she married to a homosexual. And it's spinoffs and Hilaria Baldwin. Alex still trying to make that lady happen in the reality TV space. Nobody cared when y'all had your little Baldwin reality show that y'all were trying to do similar to Nick Cannon, because remember, Nick Cannon got a bunch of kids and trying to balance, his life and all this other stuff. Now they were, I guess, trying to do that with the Baldwin show too, and that was a one and done season. So yeah, she did the Baldwins. She also competed on Dancing with the Stars, and they said the official description of Reality Retreat reads: set in a tropical isolation, the series follows a group of women whose lives in the spotlight have made them icons, villains, and tabloid figures. Removed from their comfort zones, they embark on an immersive experience centered on healing, accountability, and transformation. Though through intense wellness rituals, unfiltered truth-telling exercises, and emotionally charged confrontations, each participant must reckon with who they are beyond their public persona as chaos, comedy, and catharsis unfold in equal measure. At the retreat, growth is not guaranteed. Old habits resurface, alliances fracture and egos collide. With their place in the experience constantly at risk, each woman must decide whether to embrace evolution or leave unchanged. Well, this will be relatively interesting, and I think these are the perfect women they got up on there. Because trust and believe, Kenya Moore, Kim Zolciak, and definitely Tamar Braxton could use this type of retreat. Because when y'all try to look beyond beyond the persona, y'all are a mess. So I'll definitely be looking forward to the show when it airs. I don't think in the article it even says when it's gonna air, but I'm assuming that if anything, that is going to air maybe around 2027. Like I would assume that that would be around the time. So yeah, shout out to you ladies for this show. I'll definitely be checking it out. Like I'm not really into I've kind of outgrown this whole style of reality TV. But if y'all got a new hook that you're gonna bring to this, and I got to see a trailer too, I feel like that will definitely pique my interest. So, and you know who also I was thinking? Nene would have been good for this show. But she keep thinking small. I'm like, girl, stop thinking about going back to Bravo. You need to be looking at other networks and trying to get in the reality game with you. This would have been a perfect thing for her. But then again, who knows if Nene be up for wanting to take accountability for anything, because she never liked doing that when she was on the Housewives. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Would this be an interesting show that you guys would want to check out? I mean, seeing Margaret Joseph's back on television, you know what would have been good on that? Her Jill Zarin problematic ass, since she like going out here being racist against Hispanics. So but then there's no helping that crazy bitch. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You know. Okay, let's see what the people are saying. Billie had no control of her film being in Israel, and her contract for the film was prior before the takeover. Well, people got to realize the TV game is way different than, everything else. All right, y'all. So now let's get into some half homosexual news, because one of these people on here are homosexuals. And let's talk about James Charles. So y'all know James Charles. Celebrities pretty much have a lot of work to do when it comes to, proving the public that they're not the assholes that they intend to be. But sometimes it's hard for these hoes, especially when you're talking about somebody like a name James Charles. And so, he got in trouble when he went on TikTok, and there was some lady that apparently worked at Spirit Airlines who had gotten fired, and she decided to hit James up and ask him for financial help. And instead of him because I think she did it privately, but instead of him answering her back in private, he decided to take it upon himself and flat out insult the girl on his social media. And in that whole situation, I guess he thought he ate down with his reads, because the audience turned on his ass, the backlash ensued, he lost a lot of followers, and they read his Shirley Temple curly head having ass for points with his choppy ass drag queen Trixie Mattel wannabe makeup. So, when it was in there, millions of people out here, they're struggling to pay their bills. We have a president who has been dismantling everything that has helped out Americans, even though quiet as has kept a lot of these things that he's dismantling, they was being held together by super glue and duct tape. But nevertheless, at least there were little policies that was put into place that was helping people. He's been gutting pediatric health research or cancer research, especially for children. Well, pediatric kids, duh. He cut pediatric cancer research. You have DI situations where they talk about that what basically was helping people of color. Now, if y'all were diversifying your portfolio, we wouldn't have needed to put DEI situations in place. There were a lot of Black women who are being put out of work because they're talking about DEI, DEI, DEI. Mind you, how many people in this current administration are qualified for the jobs they have? I'll wait. None of them. because they don't know what the hell they're doing. Just because he got an MD don't necessarily mean he know what he's dealing with and the thing he's dealing with. Then you got a reality star from the real world who actually has been using our taxpaying dollars to funnel a new reality show he has going on, who's running the transportation department, poorly, I might add. As of a lot of them, we got Pete Kegsbreath, who's over here running, and then you got dumbass, speaking of drunks, you got Cash Patel fucking up the FBI. So you got all these people who don't have any kind of understanding of how to work certain jobs, fucking up the thing. But y'all want to talk about DEI, and here this moron is who ain't never worked a solid job, probably never even had a W-2, trying to tell us how to live. Now, I get it in so many ways that there are people who probably don't support you, whatever the case is, that's always hitting you up and thinking you an ATM. I totally get that. That a lot of people is like, once you get a little coin, people want to come up on your situation and be like, oh, well, they, like, I'm not an ATM, I'm not a bank. So I'm not always going to be out here shelling out money for you. So I totally understand that aspect. But the way you went about it, it was just super ugly, in the words of Zara Larson, or Juicy Love Dion. No, it was right. Juicy Love Dion and Mia started doing a lip sync. So so he basically said this. He said, I just got a DM from a girl on here and said, good morning, James. I know you'll never see this, but if you could just take a minute to read it, would really mean a lot to me. I'm really struggling right now because Spirit Airlines just filed for bankruptcy and I just lost my job. Here's a GoFundMe link. Any donations help. So then he went and said, I'm sure they do, sweetheart. I'm sure they do. You know what else would help you? Getting another job. Try that, because at the time, it took you to copy and paste the same fuck ass message to me, who you don't follow, by the way, and to 100 other influencers and celebrities. You could have applied to 100 other jobs because you're a lazy piece of shit and you're entitled. Why would I ever help you? Now, speaking of entitled, I guess certain people would know. That's why I always say, when one finger's pointing at you, the other four is pointing at themselves. So, and that's James Charles. So now, he did apologize, only because he lost a lot of fans, or a lot of followers, I would say. And he said this. Hi, Amber. I want to reach out privately with an apology for the video I made. It was disgraceful and completely unnecessary. And there is no excuse for me yelling at and berating someone for asking for help in a shitty situation that was completely out of control. I'm so sorry for adding to what was already a distressing time. I'm so ashamed for not only the video, but also for being so disgustingly out of touch. I was sent your video today and was also glad to see your GoFundMe has exploded, but I also know that getting attention online can be scaring overwhelming, especially when you never asked for it in the first place. Girl, get on my line with that performative ass bullshit that you probably didn't even write your damn self. So you said all of that, sent that in private. And the one thing I will say that's good that came out of this, maybe he didn't intentionally know this was going to happen, but because of his attitude and the way he came at this girl, it brought attention to her GoFundMe, and had other people that have something that James doesn't have, which is empathy. They decided, I'm going to support this girl. Even though we all out here struggling because of this economy that we in, gas prices, food, I was going to say vegetables, but vegetables, food, all of that is going up. Everything is going up except the living wage, surprisingly. And I actually have a clip. Hold on, because I know it's going to play again. So I got a video of her where, after he got dragged, she did respond. Amber, because I'm trying to remember her name. Baby, remember my name, Fame. She wanna live forever. Anyway, let's play the clip. And we're gonna come back and talk. Please hold.
I know another question on here is, do I accept his apology? So I'm just gonna answer it right together. Hell no. I don't accept his apology, especially because he was very publicly with what he said, and then you thought it was okay to message me privately. No. So he did message me. Here's a screenshot. And I don't accept it. I know another question on here is, do I accept his apology? So I'm just gonna answer it right together. Hell no. I don't accept.
Aside from that, oh yeah, we don't need to hear.
Accept his
let me pause it because I was like, oh no, I don't want to hear her voice. It's like nails on the chalkboard. So let's read what they were saying in the comments. So one person said he only apologized because he was receiving backlash. That apology wasn't sincere. Absolutely. Another person said private apology for public disrespect is nasty work. Absolutely. My thing is, if you took the time and the energy to go on social media and cuss this girl out and basically make her feel like shit for even having the cojones to hit you up and ask you, excuse me, for help, you're gonna fix your mouth to be like, you know what, I'm gonna take it in private. No, bitch. You already invited all of us into the group chat without our permission. I want to see how this soap opera ends. You don't get to pick and choose how you want to be private on something you decide to make public when this girl made it private from the first place. Another person said, why people still support him anyways? He been like that. Another person said, all I'm going to say is when I get big platform, I sure ain't cursing nobody out and posting it. He could have just ignored the DM. Shout out to creators who give back in public and private. Another person said, moral of the story, stop begging the end. Okay, bitch, go sit and spin on a spiked cone. Another person said, mind you, she never asked him for money. She asked him to share her GoFundMe link. Another person said, mad I didn't think of this first. I need a celebrity to go off on me real quick. Rent almost okay. Well, first one person said, refund him the 5K, show him you don't accept it. Well, who said that he donated money? He said glad the GoFundMe is doing well, is blowing up, meaning that I guess from his rant or whatever the case was, the GoFundMe has been successful and she's financially benefiting because people, out of spite to him and the way he came at her, decided, okay, let me find this girl's GoFundMe. Or maybe there was links in some of the blogs that linked her GoFundMe when they were talking about this whole situation, and they decided to donate money. So where in there does it say that he donated money to her? Because I don't think that's what he wrote in the article, unless I missed that. Or in the private message, oh, you know what? I feel bad. Let me donate 5K. I didn't hear anything about that. So y'all just pulling stuff out y'all ass just because you feel like you ate with that comment? As I said, sit and spin on a fucking cone with spikes on it. Anyway, and James Charles, since you a big old Nelly bottom, you do the same. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? I mean, do you agree with Miss Thing? It's like, yeah, she don't have to accept this apology. It's like you basically just came and embarrassed her, made her feel like shit on social media for no damn reason. When all she was asking if you could just promote her situation. But you sit up there saying, oh, you don't follow me or this, that, and the other. That's what you're more concerned with, is the fact that somebody not following you on social media. Because that's all you bitches care about, clicks and damn likes and virality. So let me know what you guys think of this chop of a story in the comments down below. Also, and she did a remix of Jennifer Lopez. She even said, had to be creative. That ABBA sample is super expensive, so I had to fake the synth line. But yeah, you got to get creative if you want to get around to, if you want to do interpolations of people's stuff versus a full-on sample. All right, y'all. So now let's get into this tea. Let's talk about Charles Barkley. So apparently, we already talked about it the other day that Jason Collins, who was one of the first NBA players to come out as a homosexual, had passed away from brain cancer at the age of 47. So condolences to the family, shout out to him and all that he has contributed to the basketball community, the NBA, all that good stuff. So there's also, I believe, with this whole situation, it was a wake-up call for sports fans, because hearing Charles Barkley say what he said in regards of like it's great that Jason Collins did what he did, but the reason, the conversation needs to be had about homophobia in sports. When you look at something like basketball or baseball or football or soccer or football, the other football, or any other sport, and people equate that with masculinity, being manly, or even the UFC or boxing or whatever the case is. Like it's always contributed to being a masculine sport. And what people need to realize is that there are gay men in these sports, in all sports. There are gay athletes. Unfortunately, they can't come out because they fear retribution from the fandom, from the industry. A lot of them get blacklisted, where it's like, oh, we don't want to play them. But I'm like, but you was playing this athlete. I don't want to put no names out there, but I'm just saying you just played, and because I don't want to use them as an example, but you just played this person, and they've been good, and we like them. But now because they suck dick backstage or behind the scenes, now you can't see them in the same way. But you was living for them. They was your MVP. They was hitting them 3-pointers. Now all of a sudden you don't like them because they're gay. Like, you sound dumb as fuck. And clearly you got issues that you need to deal with yourself instead of hating on this person because they finally found a way that was like, you know what, I don't want to live a lie. I found somebody that I love and I want to not share shout it from the rooftops, but I want to be comfortable in my skin and also be that shining role model for those who also love sports that happen to be queer. Not every gay person likes to dress in drag and do the hula, or likes drag, or does all the gay male stereotypes that have been plagued on making it easily identifiable for people to be like, okay, that's a gay man. There are gay men who just so happen to love being with men that are same gender loving, but do all the things that will be perceived as hyper masculine or heteronormative. So Charles Barkley I saw this clip over there on Twitter where they were discussing Jason's passing, and Charles basically came out and said, yeah, that we live in a homophobic society, and that's probably what is preventing a lot of queer people from coming out of the closet. So we're going to play that clip, then we're going to come back, we're going to talk. Please hold.
They were just two really good one really good basketball player. His brother is now, he was just an unbelievable, like the guy said, soul and understanding what that moment was. And you say 13 years ago, say, well, what's the big deal if somebody said that they're, openly gay? What's the big deal? Well, 13 years ago was a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why it doesn't feel as big now at times is because of people like him. And so, kudos to him.
Yeah, but Kenny, in fairness now, if another guy did it, it would still be a big deal because we live in a homophobic society. And that's unfortunate. That's why, first of all, anybody who think we ain't got a bunch of gay players in all sports, they're just stupid. But there is such animosity toward the gay community. And that's what's really unfortunate. But anybody think him, and I know a couple other soccer players that came out, if you think there are not more gay players in the NFL, Major League Baseball, and the NBA, you're just stupid.
I didn't know Jason very well, but on the occasions where I would see him at certain events, guy was just nice. He was just a gentleman.
Yes.
And a guy firm in his beliefs, and a guy who really, through his words and through his actions, has told us all, you don't have to live in the shadows.
You do not.
And he said,
yeah, so you don't have to live in the shadows, but unfortunately, a lot of gay men do, because if they do come out, there is a fear of retribution, which is what I've been saying for the longest. And when the other guy at first said that it wouldn't be a big deal if a gay person came out as a basketball player, baseball player, whatever, it would be a big deal, because we still live in a society where people are obsessed, especially in America, over homosexuality. You don't see, like, in the comments, especially on a lot of the black blogs, where they make comments about sassy this and this, that, and the other. There was even a whole situation where I think it was Shane Gillis. It was a comedian that there was something that had happened at a recent, I think it was last season with the Knicks, and a comedian made a joke. And when it came to Karl Anthony Towns, he was like, "Hey, girl." And I was like, I know he ain't trying to mess with Cat. First of all, I love me some Cat. Cat is fine as hell. I mean, even though he's engaged to Jordan Woods. Yeah, I found that shit out when I was at the... I didn't even know he was dating her. until I was working Celebrity Row and I was down there and Timothy Chalamet and Kylie Jenner and Kylie's friend Jordan was down there. I didn't know there was a whole connection with that. And I just saw speaking of Cat, he's in The Devil Wears Prada too. During the Hampton sequence. He is in the movie. And so when you're making comments about that, and people have made comments about the way he does his 3-point, like the hand thing, and making like he got a little slight femininity, even though Kat has been someone who is very pro LGBT and a lot of the things that he supports and things of that nature. So there are a lot of pro LGBT people in sports. That we also do a Pride night, not only for basketball for the Knicks, but we also do it for the Rangers, which Sarah Palin's tight-ass boyfriend, who used to be a New York Ranger, decided to go in and make little homophobic comments on social media talking about this is why the Rangers lost, is because they're having Pride Night. I'm like, the Rangers played a shitty season. So what are you talking about? So was every night Pride Night when they kept losing at home? Especially during the beginning of this season, the 2025-26 season? So your reasoning behind it is null and void. You sound dumb as hell. And I agree with Charles. Like, if y'all really think that there are no gay men in basketball or in any sports, you lost your damn mind. You are delusional, because we're in everything. Everything that has to do with sports, art, anything creative, we're in. And not only that, but any job, gays are everywhere. We like roaches. We don't die, we multiply. So shout out to Charles Barkley. I hope that that we'll get a change and get some openly queer sports people. I mean, look, I would love y'all to do the basketball, what y'all over there doing with hockey, with heated rivalry, because this seems like to be a big thing, especially with the conversation surrounding heated rivalry and how a lot of people have been reacting to it and how it's caused this big commotion and all that other stuff, especially with this show. I feel like it should span off into other sports, and who knows? Because I think that it would be a great thing to tackle. So shout out to y'all over there in the sports world, and RIP Jason Collins. But I definitely think that this is a good conversation that we need to just keep up. But in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Do you agree with what the men had to say in regard to this whole, gay men in sports? And do you think it's time that we had an openly gay person in sports? I mean, in a perfect world, I would love to see it, but I just don't feel like I don't feel like the world's ready for it. But sometimes you got to make the world ready for something that they feel that they're not ready for, and just realize that yes, queer people exist in sports. If that is a problem for you, then that's a you problem, Jay. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. He could shove that fake apology up his loose hole. Let loose, I said let it loose. Is that he always stirring controversy for the past decade? Exactly. Is that if 1 in 6 people are queer, what does that mean for the 50 plus? Child, that means a lot of gays in basketball. Shit, can I get me a player like these Jordan Woods and these other girls? I want to be sitting courtside with my man while my man playing. Or sitting up in the suite. I read articles. That's a lot of those a lot of those men that are gay, because the stereotype is seen as the mainstream gay. They didn't want to come out because they would be seen as not like the other gays or other guys. And that's true. It's like there is that also that whole situation, like, we're in the locker room. I don't want y'all thinking like, oh, I'm trying to do stuff with you or whatever. But there's always that horseplay where y'all smacking each other on the butt and doing these other things. And it's like, yeah, that's just guy shit that we do. And it's funny because it be seeming like the straight boys be acting gayer than the gay boys. The gay community would shun them out. Why would the gay community shun out a gay athlete? So the closet is by choice because of the community and they don't fit the standards. Well, it's not they don't conform to, oh, I'm a circuit queen and I just go to the clubs and I'm doing, because I remember at one point they were trying to do that with queer as folk. when they had what was it, what was he, was he a football player that was hunching Emmett? The stereotype that a skinny homosexual quiet kid should stay in their lane and let the stereotypical people play sports is what made me not want to try out for soccer or cheer despite my skill level. Well, look, I've been seeing a lot of boy cheerleaders out here now. It is that too. There's this overall thing of this is what an athlete is supposed to look like. And even in boxing and skateboarding, it's all a bunch of straight guys at skate parks and training gyms. So it's awkward being around people you fear are quietly judging you. Yeah, there's that too. And they might be quietly judging. With me, I don't give a fuck. I just be going up in there doing me. But anyway, let's get to our final topic. And let's talk about apartheid Clyde and some idiot named Matt Walsh, who apparently are out here with their selective fake ass outrage over Christopher Nolan's new movie, The Odyssey. So apparently, the maggots or conservatives got their knickers in a damn twist over the fact that Helena Troy is a black woman and Achilles is being played by a trans man. Well, sis, get over it, because it is what the fuck it is. So let's get into her. So shout out to them for this story, by the way. Now, with all the problems plaguing the world today, why not take some time to complain about Elliot Page and the Odyssey? That's exactly what Newsmax anchor Rob Finnerty did on a segment that aired this week on the Far Right Network. In response to rumors that Page may be playing the mythological hero Achilles, and emphasis on the word mythological, meaning they're not fucking real. Just like Cyclopses, people with one eye, unless your name is One Eye Willie, but one eye, and he lost his eye in the Goonies. He was a pirate. But there are no such things as Cyclops or these giants that go around squashing people like you see if you read Homer's The Odyssey. It's all made up. Just like Medusa, Hera, Zeus, all these people are fake. But according to this is historically accurate. This is why I say you people over at Newsmax and Faux News, y'all a bunch of goddamn idiots. But anyway, let's get into the story. So and they love to create this faux outrage to rage baiting to get people riled up. So in response to rumors that Page may be playing the mythological hero Achilles in Christopher Nolan's upcoming adaptation of The Odyssey, Finnerty used his platform to lambast the director's too woke, God, y'all in that fucking word and how y'all just bastardized it, too woke decision in a transphobic rant. After first saying Elliot Page's full name, when you saying full name, are you talking about their dead name? I need y'all to be specific. Finnerty then refers to the actor by refers to the actor by his dead name, going on to say the most famous warrior in all of history, not just Greek history, Achilles, is about to be played by a transgender woman in a brand new movie. Well, number one, Elliot is a trans man. So if you're gonna talk your shit, get it right. But I understand you got to rage bait. They got to start the whole trans people are evil, they're a danger to society narrative that y'all trying to do over there. Continuing to use she, her pronouns to refer to Page, Finnerty then reminds viewers that Page starred in the Academy Award-winning film Juno, for which he received an Oscar nomination, as a prelude to even more misgendering remarks. Finnerty then goes on to discuss Achilles further, emphasizing that he is described throughout history as a superhuman warrior and deadly on the battlefield. Although Achilles is mostly known for his lead role in Homer's The Iliad, and also Brad Pitt was the last one to play him in Troy, as far as I remember. He does appear in the Odyssey as a spirit that speaks with Odysseus when he travels to the underworld. So people travel to the underworld in real life? Okay. Now, Finnerty also pointed out that Brad Pitt played Achilles, I just said that, in the film Troy. We've gone from Brad Pitt to a girl who dresses as a guy who's 5'1", 118 pounds. Well, clearly, he got her size, her height. He been next to her when she got measured at the doctor's office. So he knows everything about Elliot. More so, I bet you know more about Elliot than Elliot himself. That's the person who's going to be playing the greatest warrior in history because to the left, that is normal. Here we go with the left-right bullshit. Now, we should emphasize that while Paige's casting in the film is official, with the actor appearing briefly in the recently released trailer, it is not yet confirmed what role he plays, so this entire screed is based on speculation. Now, following his anti-Paige comments, Finnerty then moves on to the fact that a black woman, oh my God, now we got to go from being transphobic to fucking racist, Lupita Nyong'o, whose name Finnerty mispronounces, is playing Helen of Troy. And it's funny, you're going to try to read me, at least get my name right. All you got to do is hit up Google, how you say this name, and Google will pronounce it for you. Don't y'all love AI over there on the Republican side? The woman whose face launched 1,000 ships, whose beauty was unparalleled, a woman who was definitely white, is going to be played by Lupita Nyong'o. I've got nothing against Lupita. You do. Because if you didn't, you wouldn't be saying what you're saying. But I do have a problem with the complete rewriting of history. Helen of Troy was not black. Helen of Troy is also not real. So while Finnerty believes this is a rewriting of history, perhaps he's blithely unaware that Helen of Troy was not a real person. I literally just said that. And that Homer's epic tales, the Iliad and the Odyssey, are more mythology than biographical history. It is Greek gods and goddesses milling about, which is what I said. Cyclopses do not exist. Greek gods and goddesses like Zeus and Hera and some of the others, Persephone, all these people do not exist in real life. What the fuck are you talking about? This is why education is important. History is important, but they want to erase and eliminate all this stuff from the schools. Hence why you got morons on channels like Newsmax spewing misinformation because they're historically illiterate. Now, the fact of the matter of Christopher Nolan making Helen of Troy. Well, first of all, I heard that Lupita's playing 2 roles. She's playing Helen of Troy, and I can't remember who the other one is. Maybe the article has who she's playing. Oh, wait, they said, it does say it in here. It says she'll be playing Helen as well as her sister, Clytemnestra. Right-wing provocateur basically tweeted, not one person on the planet actually thinks that Lupita Nyong'o is the most beautiful woman in the world, but Christopher Nolan knows that would be called racist if he gave the most beautiful woman role to a white woman. First of all, Christopher Nolan is one of the rare directors who could pretty much do whatever the fuck he wants. And if you don't like what he wants, the decisions he makes in regards to his casting in a movie of fiction, then don't go see the movie. If there's other movies out there that's based on Homer's The Iliad or Helen of Troy, or whatever the case is, refer to that. Jesus Christ wasn't white, but y'all running around with that narrative. Because ain't no way in hell a white man had hair of wool. So if you want to sit up here and pull shit, we can do that too, sir. Over on this side. But y'all don't want to have that conversation. Y'all still want to run around with Jesus being white when we know otherwise. So that's the game y'all dumbasses over there at Newsmax want to play. We can go there. And then dumbass racist apartheid Clyde, aka Elon or Phelon, capital on the F, Elon Musk said true. You a whole colonizer from South Africa sitting here talking about black people ain't beautiful. Okay. Now, Musk also reposted several transphobic posts criticizing Page and responding to one with just the word banger. And here's the thing. This is the same one we saw tweaking out over there while he was in China with Donald Trump the other day. Doing all this shit on camera. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with him? Tell you, he's still using that K, allegedly. Okay, so now they also said, now while many critics seem to think that Nolan is making some left-wing political statement, what people also need to realize is this too. I don't even need to go on and read any more of this. Christopher Nolan is not somebody who is sort of like this leftist, whatever. A lot of the stuff that he has talked about, his politics have been all over the place in a lot of the stuff that he's done, from The Dark Knight to Oppenheimer. There have been all different types of things that he has taken throughout history and incorporated into his work. So there's no left agenda or whatever it is that they're saying. They always want to cry this bullshit when y'all can be talking about what's actually going on in the world, with Trump fucking up every goddamn thing that he touches. But why would you do that? Because you financially benefit over the foolishness that this man is doing and pretty much lying to the American people like he's not fucking up everybody's stuff and people's money is not being affected by a lot of his decisions and a lot of the people in his party's decisions. So therefore, now you're going to continue on with this fake ass narrative. Let's create fake outrage and blame the trans and the black people for being in a movie you haven't even seen yet. And I guarantee you, even after all of this, his old ugly ass will be in the theater watching this shit like the rest of us. I'm looking forward to seeing this film. I don't care who they cast and whatever. As long as the script is good and the visuals and everything is popping and everything works out in on screen or whatever the case is, I don't care who you cast. You can dig up fucking what's his name from the one that Omarosa used to date. Look, I ain't gonna go there. I'm not gonna talk. I shouldn't talk ill of the dead. It's like you could just dig somebody. Look, you can cast whoever you want to cast in your movie. I don't care as long as the movie is done correctly and is done well and is entertaining and is whatever. Then that's great. If we want to read, if people want historical accuracy or they want to see like what it was that was brought in and not brought into the book, into the movie, then people can go and read the Iliad and come up with whatever comment that they want to come up with. So if that's what you want to do, then be my guest. So all this fake outrage, I'm working my root canal nerves. So okay, so I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards to Elon Musk? I said I had Matt Walsh up in here, but that wasn't even who the person was. Well, he was another one because I saw that it was over there on what's his name? I saw that on fuck. I forgot what is his name? I saw that over there on Pink News. That was another person. I think Matt Walsh is somebody who was a part of like the UK or some shit. So yeah, I was like, oh, now I changed it. See, the name is different. So anyway, love y'all. So yeah, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. They only do the fear mongering because that's all they have. But even Sager said that worked in 2024. It's not going to work in 2026 because it's a nothing burger. And people need to realize at the end of the day, y'all can sit up in here with your fake outrage. Maybe I don't know if you're the people that watch Newsmax are going to go to see the movie. But look, tickets are already sold out for this freaking film. I wanted to see it over in IMAX. I'm gonna try to get it. When does Odyssey come out? I think next month in June. Or was it July? I can't remember. But I'm looking forward to seeing the movie. I haven't got my tickets yet. Y'all already know I get tickets at the last minute. So I'll check it out when it comes around to, when it comes that time. But in the meantime, I don't have my ticket for that yet. Because like I said, I get my tickets at the last minute. It's a Little Mermaid all over again. Culture Wars 2.0. Yeah, y'all got mad over a fictional damn character, a mermaid being played by a black girl. I'm like, okay, well, if you got a problem with that, go and watch the original Little Mermaid, where you can see a little white girl with red hair singing Part of Your World. Go and do that. If there are people that have a different version. We've always had different versions. We had a black Cinderella. So there's so many different things that you could do. If you got a different idea and you want to cast somebody who's popular at the time in the situation, go ahead and do it. Who cares what some old ass boomer, he's probably not even a boomer, he's probably Gen fucking X, making comments like this. And you came up in an era where we had diversity in film and stuff. So I don't understand these Gen Xers running around all of a sudden having a problem with seeing diverse stuff. But I get it. It's a grift. The more y'all keep trying to rage bait and algorithm hustle, if y'all got clips and stuff on social media, the more engagement you get from people. The people who doom scroll and all that mess. I know how the game works. Anyway. All right, y'all. So I was like, why is it not going to my comments? Okay. All right, y'all. So it looks like we're at the end of the show. I want to thank you all for tuning in to this latest episode of Kris Avalon Filter. I didn't know I was going to go 4 hours, but We did it. Thank you all for tuning into this episode. Hit that like and subscribe and notification bell. I'm thinking, if I'm not mistaken, I should be back on Monday. I don't think I have anything going on. I got to check my schedule. But if not, Monday I will be back with a brand new episode because I know that the Knicks is supposed to be back playing this weekend. So that might be a Sunday double. Tomorrow I'm doing the last Springsteen show. Tuesday, I don't know if I did get scheduled, I'll have to check. Tuesday is another Knicks game, so there's a lot going on. But I'm gonna try to squeeze in as much shows as I possibly can in the upcoming week. So yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for kicking with me in the comments and all that good stuff. Hit that like button, subscribe, smash the notification bell, all that good stuff. And until next time, ciao, darlings.